Let's see. Where were we here? I believe we had just made... Let's see. This is our main island. We had just made a thing. Just a sec. I gotta do... What is it? Function... Shift... Escape. There we go. We had just made a little geothermal plant. This guy sucks energy out of the lava, keeps this room always at 200 degrees at least. And then we turn on these steam turbines whenever we need power. You do that at like, if we're down to like 10% battery on the main line, then we'll pump it up to like 20 or something like that. So this is 4 steam turbines. This should generate a shitload of power, which we need because we want to do a bunch of water cooling and start getting some food going, which we had made progress on here. We started a nice, beautiful little farm, and we didn't finish it. Or, we finished this. That was the goal. It took a few hours. Alright, so today we want to make a farm here. We want to get some frost wheat going. Frost wheat is tricky because it needs to be held very, very cold, but not too cold. You got to hold it between like 0 and 5 degrees. If you go below that, then not only will it not go, but your water will freeze in the pipes and cause trouble. And if you're above 5, then it's a problem, and they need a constant supply of water, so you're constantly pumping hot water through the system, which you need to regulate, make sure it's at the right temperature. You can do things like try and use insulated pipes and only pipe through exactly the amount of water you need, and then try and control the temperature as much as possible. We're being a little more wasteful. We made a giant pool. We're going to put some aqua tuners in this to hold it steady at the right temperature, and then everything that we feed into this area, we're going to be certain that it's been lowered to the correct temperature before we let it go through. So that is a little wasteful on the power maybe, but it's also going to be very reliable and effective. We're not going to have any issues with like getting too hot or too cold. I think my only concern is that maybe this water will freeze while we're trying to cool off the loop here, and that maybe that'll cause a little trouble. We'll see. But even if that happens, I'm hoping that the water will freeze, and then it'll just be an ice cube, and everything will still work like it's supposed to, and it'll even melt occasionally. It could just like oscillate between melting and freezing, and it won't affect the actual circuits or anything as long as the pipes aren't freezing, which they shouldn't be. The hot water coming through should never freeze, and whatever water we're using as a circuit here will be pea water. Hi, kitty. So that won't freeze either. Pea water's got a freezing point of like -20. It's useful for circuits for that reason, and useful for our big buffer here. Okay, just 1 second. Green screen. Okay. Let's see. So that's where we are. We've got infinite power. It's time to do a build. And then over here we're just doing a constant production of refined metal as much as we need, or as much as we can. We've got some automation so that we don't do any refining if we're above 28 degrees like now. And then we've also got this little fucker spinning at all times, cooling this off. So they'll refine maybe like half the time and never exceed the temperature that's going to mess with this base. And this base is doing nice now. It's all green. It'll be green forever. We don't have to worry about any temperature differences. It's going to get absorbed by our systems here. All of this red doesn't matter if it kind of leaks out a little bit. This guy's just going to anchor our entire base, our entire asteroid, at a perfect temperature for dudes to live. So we're looking pretty good here. I think the only thing this side needs is more power. They're kind of struggling for power. They keep running out and running on the wheels. But fug them. Let's work on food. And then once we get this food done, this is not only like more effective or efficient food, it'll take less chores and less materials, but it's also going to allow us to make space food. We can make food that never goes bad, and then we can use that while we start exploring space and not have to deal with any issues of food going bad. That's a problem. Okay, let's see. So first off, let's wire this guy up again. We had been playing with this pipe all day last time to get our circuits and everything set up here. Now that that's all done, we can use this pipe again for taking polluted water from the other asteroid, piping it over here, and dropping it in our big radiator. And additionally, we will need that for our circuitry. We'll need that for our the little radiators or the cooling lines that we're going to build. Okay, let's see. So we want to build frost wheat, and we want to build the bristle blossoms. So these guys need to be between, they take 20 kilograms per cycle, 20 kilograms a day. They eat a good amount of water. It needs to be cooled off, and they need to be between 5 and 30 degrees Celsius, so a little bit warmer. So we can cool off some water down to like 25 or something, and then feed it in maybe if we want to. So we need to build a big cooling operation, basically. We need to make another steam turbine setup to cool off this guy. And then also we can do some growing over here, cool off that. Or even we should do it over here. That makes more sense. That way they don't even have to suit up or anything. If it's like 20 degrees, then that's a perfect temperature. They can just run up here. Okay. Let's go. So for all of this, first off, we're going to need that steam turbine room. Let's go ahead and go up 4 or 3. We'll do 3 here. I'll do 3 tiles. Make a steam turbine room right here. Let's just start making stuff. First thing we're going to want to do is clear this out. Make some room. Let's get rid of just all of this, actually. Whee! Fuck it all. Don't want any of this. Okay, so this will be our floor. We'll do some aqua tuners in here. We're going to need, I think we're going to want 2 aqua tuners going straight down. So this could be, this could be an aqua tuner loop that goes up. This will do the steam turbines. Then we'll have 2 that go straight down. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. And then we'll have even 1 more over here to handle the 20-degree temperature. Or we could make this one a 20-degree temperature too, I guess. This could cool off the steam turbines and cool off the puddle of water and keep everything at 20. I think we don't necessarily have to keep the steam turbines at like 90. We could have them exposed out here, just out in the open, and just make sure we hold it at a safe temperature for our duplicants to live in, or for just the environment. If we anchor it to 20, then that'll work nicely. So I think that should work, and we should have enough power to make that work just fine too. Or we should be able to, this one thermo aqua tuner should be able to put out enough cooling power that it will make everything work okay. Let's go ahead and set up some steam turbines, keep building. So we'll do 3 high here, a little 3 high room. We'll do a couple steam turbines. Oops, that's wrong. Boop. Can we do it there? Let's do it here. 1, 2. We might want to do 3. I'm not sure what the ratio is here, but I think these guys might work really fucking hard, so we might want to do 3 just to be safe. There's no reason not to, really. Let's go ahead and make that happen. And then we're going to need some more refined metal over there too. So let's grab this. Let's send over some lead, since that is free refined metal. Keep up with the construction. Put a little roof here. Okay. Oh, and actually, I don't even need to do that. Let's keep this at 20 and see what happens. I want to try that. Let's tweak this guy too. Let's do like 10 seconds when you turn on. So these things are going to be overkill and generate way more power than we need. We might want to even throw a few batteries on the line if we're accidentally overflowing or overfilling them. That's not great. This game is hard, but not impossibly hard. This game's a learning experience. It's got no curveballs. Once you know how to play, it's pretty much you're the only thing that can kill you. It's you making mistakes, not being sustainable, doing bad builds. And if you've got a good base setup, it's pretty hard to kill yourself. You really have to mess up if you're going to kill yourself. Make a little ladder bridge. And we can get rid of all this crap. Doop. There's our third steam turbine. Oh, they're very happy with these working conditions. They got suits, man. They can do anything they want. They're comfortable temperature. They got good air. Suits make them so happy. Suits are very necessary. Good to have suits. Okay, so we'll do these three. We can start with the circuitry or start with the water lines. Let's do some igneous rock. So this guy's going to come in here. We will do... Ooh, I don't know if there's enough room here. I think these should be a little further apart. Let's go ahead and deconstruct them. Boop. Okay. So hot water comes in. It will hit a bridge if it doesn't need to be cooled off. Otherwise, it will go through the aqua tuner and then go right back up and cool this off. So this is going to be our 20-degree line. Okay, do a bridge with the ceramic. We might need more ceramic here too. We got more ceramic. Can you send some more ceramic through? Have we already done all the ceramic? Where's my refined stuff? Or my... What is it? It's just like boring old material. Raw mineral. Ceramic. Do we have ceramic? Are we out of ceramic? Oh, we got tons of ceramic. Plenty of bridges. Okay. They'll be fine. They can fall all the way through the map and be fine. They love taking huge dives. They don't give a fuck. So if we're above 20... What do we want to do? 25 maybe? If we're above 25 degrees, then go ahead and turn on. I'm going to go ahead to... Let's do another... we'll do a layer of insulated tile just to capture the heat. We don't want the heat radiating off. We want to capture the heat in this little bubble, and then we'll immediately destroy it and turn it to 20 degrees. So this couldn't hurt. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, automation. We'll do a thermo sensor here. Do the classic buffer, dude. Say if you are above some threshold, then go ahead and turn on my steam turbines. Okay. So if we're above 200 degrees, then we'll turn on the steam turbines to destroy some heat, and we'll buffer it a little bit to make sure that they run for a while and generate the maximum amount of power. So we'll buffer it for like 30 seconds is what I usually do, something like that. Now, fortunately, since this is a going to be like exposed, we can just run the thick meaty wire straight in without having to think about it, which is convenient. Don't have to do anything funky, and that's not going to cause any heat leaks or issues, so that's convenient. We'll just plug that right into the main line, so any power that's generated will go straight to the main line where it can be consumed by whatever. What else? These guys are going to need to drop their water after they have cooled some water off. Then you're going to want to poop it. Okay. Poop the water right back in. Okay. Gonna need 2 more of these guys. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. And these ones are gonna go straight down. Let's see. So the cold will come out and go straight down. And then this is going to be hot coming up and going in. Shit, is this gonna work? We gotta do the jumpy bridges though. So it'll come down, it'll go through a little jumpy bridge. We might need, I'm interested to see how this will work. I think it should work. Do a little jumpy bridge. then come down this way. Okay. So hot comes up, cold goes down. This one's going to be a lot more chilly. This is going into our big radiator down here, or our big cold pool. We want to hold this thing right at about freezing, just a little bit above freezing. It needs to be below 5 degrees at the very hottest. 5 degrees is the cap. So we could do something like 3 and see how that performs. Gonna want the same thing here. We've got hot coming up, going over, going down, jumping across. Okay, going right back down. Something like this. Okay, this one again is going to be like 3 degrees. Same thing. I'm doing 2 of these. I think this device tends to take a lot of cooling power, especially for the initial period of cooling it off. That's a fuckload of water to cool off. So just having 2 is going to make it go a lot quicker. We could turn the device on more quickly, and then once it actually starts running, we can crank it harder. We'll see. We need to see how much we can plant here. I think if we plant all these at once, it's probably going to be overkill. It'll be too much heat to destroy for this circuitry. Maybe not. It might work okay. But we get this set up to delete a lot of heat, and then also when we get to supercoolant in the future, we can swap out the coolant that we're using, and supercoolant will be a lot more effective. So these things will like more than double in their cooling efficiency, I think, and then we can pretty easily have this whole thing under control. Let's go ahead and start pumping to vacuum here too. Let's get a nice petroleum gate set up and make sure that this thing does not leak heat. Bloop, bloop, bloop. We can get that set up, pump it to vacuum. We're going to need to pump this guy to vacuum too. This one's okay with polluted water. We might want to do another petroleum gate here too. Those are pretty easy. Let's see. Do something like this. Yeah. Let's move this guy over a little. Delete all those, redo the power. Love this game. Love this game. Boop. Okay, I think you need to go for now, otherwise we can't make one of these. Put that here. Okay, that's a lot of water piling up. And this thing's already full. Interesting, with nothing else. It's just the leaking water from everything that we've broken is coming down. What do I want to do with this? This is going to fill up and overflow into our thing. We need to make sure that it goes away. Let's see if it's already automated, right? Yeah, if we're above 50. Above 50. Let's do it one more time. We'll add one more automation for water. A little higher. If the water extends all the way up here, we'll get rid of that too. These are all on. We should just pump this to space, maybe? Just dump it. We can't dump it in space. We could pump it over here and then dump it in space. It feels gross to waste water. Let's fucking do it. Whee! Okay, we'll do this. Can delete this guy, delete this guy, delete this. Delete, 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 delete. And then run it over. Okay. I just want to make sure that we get rid of the excess water that's building up down here. As all the ice is melting, it's going to be pooping water down here. We don't want it to cause trouble. So we will pump it into the other asteroid, and then other asteroid can just destroy it, send it into space. We've got plenty of water here. We don't need to be worried about capturing more. Let's see. So how do we go to space? Where's it coming out? Here. Okay. So water comes out and goes up. Delete this stuff. Okay. And we'll just run a simple line all the way to space. Kind of hide it in the walls. Make it a little less ugly for the dudes. Whee! This will work fine. We will dump it in space. Then we will add some whatchamacallits. Add some airflow tiles to make sure that we capture it and it doesn't just start pouring all over our roof. Okay. I think they might need another ladder or two here. Alright. And then they'll need a big ladder system here too. Okay, finally, let's go ahead and cut this apart and try not to hit this chlorine geyser. Gonna want to be careful with that one. I wonder, these things leak, I think. That's okay. It'll be fine. Alright, so that'll be our poop into space for when we have too much water building up in that little drop. It'll get rid of any problems we're dealing with there. I think we've probably moved enough of the lead over, so I will turn that off. They're down to 3 reed fibers. Let's move a couple reed fibers over. And we can automate that stuff soon too, so that we'll keep enough reed fibers here and then send the rest over if we want to. Then again, the other island is going to be, it's only going to be food production. That's all that we're doing with that place. They make food. That's their whole purpose. And that's a great purpose. That's a good use of space. But we don't need to be pumping many resources there. We want to be hoarding all the resources here and then turning them into things and stuff. The other island too, since it's got good power generation, would be a much better spot for us to do this material study terminal. We should do it over there. Get this exact same setup basically set up in the other building somewhere. That'll work better. Alright, just send the fibers. We'll turn that off. Oh, thank you for the sub. You're late. You're 4 hours and 20 minutes blaze it late to the stream. It's been a good stream so far. I'm having fun. Today I learned to play twos. I did twos in Rocket League and I had a really good time. That game is fun as shit. And twos felt really good. Twos felt a lot better than everything else I've been doing lately, honestly. I mean, I'm okay with the rest of the game. It's not a problem. But I was having a ton of fun with twos. Twos are great. Okay, so we'll pump that shit out and we'll just dump it into space. That feels gross, especially when we're like hurting for water here. Fuck it. We're doing it. Goodbye. Go to space water. Okay. I think we need a little more petroleum. We could do like a pump, but I don't mind just grabbing some by hand when we need it every once in a while. So let's grab a few drips. That should be all we need to create a couple of airlocks. Don't need much. Should be enough. Okay, what do you got here? 10 kilograms, 20 kilograms. That's fine. I'll turn you off. Do a tile here. Do a tile here. Turn it into an airlock real quick, and we'll get that fixed. What about over here? We already got some. 60 kilograms is plenty. Turn that off. Do a tile here. Tile here. Same thing. Okay, now that that's done, we can delete that tile. Or just a sec. I need to finish construction first. Ah, fuck. Bad timing. Close. Let's try that one more time. There we go. Now we can just deconstruct. Now we can deconstruct, and then these fall to vacuum. Okay, so nice little airlock. Super simple. This will capture the, or prevent any exchange of gas from left to right, and also prevent any exchange of temperature from left to right, since we have a perfect vacuum here, and otherwise insulated tile for the entire wall. So this will be perfect to box off this area and make sure that we have no heat leaks or water leaks. Same with this. And ooh, we even poured a little bit extra in here, which is actually useful. That's fine. We'll leave that. Okay, let's mop that away. That's vacuum 2. That looks good. And we can sweep and sweep. Okay, so I wanted to pump this to vacuum real quick. Let's go ahead and do a mini pump. Here, 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 here. This might be a problem. A very, very easy problem to fix. Let's go ahead and just do... We could do this. And then delete all of this crap. Bye. Do not need, do not want. I don't think they're going to be able to delete that, but that's fine. We'll cancel the job after they get enough of it done. Just leave some pipes in there forever that are being completely unused. Who cares? Okay, gas goes up. Oops. Now we're going to need some power here. That should be easy. We left a lot of room for circuitry here. So we can just grab this from the main line. Let's do a transformer. I'll do it out of copper is fine. Let's put it right here. The smart battery. Give it some wire. Give it some automation. Okay, and that's... There we go. Now we have infinite power. Let's run that down. We're going to need a lot of... We want to automate this thing as much as possible, for sure. So let's run this through the wire, or the walls. And then grab or turn these pumps on. Bloop. Bloop. Okay. We're also going to need, like I said, we want to automate this all. So let's do some shipping containers here too. They need to reach everything. Okay. We need dirt to come through here too, which means we need to go all the way down to here would be ideal. Let's start that research. Alright, power's coming. Let's get the air out of here. Actually, we want to do it like this. You don't want to run it straight into the thing, otherwise it gets fucky. It won't combine identical types of air if you go straight through. You have to do like one little space like this, not run it straight through the green spot. Okay, then we'll put a pump. Bloop. Okay, so that'll start pumping to vacuum now. Get this all emptied out, and then we'll put oxygen in. And I think after we load oxygen, it's never going to need oxygen again, I think. But we can also keep a steady supply of oxygen coming in. That's easy enough. We can do gas vent down in the corner, and then one down in the corner here, top corner too. First, let's get to vacuum. So let that run for a minute. Let's do the same thing over here, more or less. Couple of pumps. Going to space, or going out of here. High pressure to make sure that they can poop. And then we need power. It's going to take a lot of power in this section. Going to want like 3 lines of power here. Well, let's see. Okay, and some automation. And the actual power lines. Okay, and then let's tweak the settings on this guy so it'll fill up. Power goes up. And up, and up. Okay. Alright, now those guys have power. These pumps also have power. That should pump all this to vacuum, and then we'll be left with a room that's almost ready to go. We just need to add a little bit of water. Just add water. It should turn on. Let's go ahead and get these guys set up too. Automate them to turn on a little bit before 0. This guy is if we're above 200, then you turn on. And did we get the buffer? We did. 30 seconds. That's fine. This is if we're above 3 degrees Celsius. Turn on. If you're above 3 degrees Celsius, turn on. All right. And then we're going to need some radiant pipes. Let's see. We could use lead. Something else would be better. Copper would be better. I think this has got more energy transfer. All right, let's do something. Let's see. So we can just go straight down. And then over. 2. And then up. Easy peasy. And then we'll do this. Make sure it's insulated all the way to there. Okay, same thing here, basically. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So we got a couple cooling loops that just go straight down. That's going to cool this area off. We might also want to do just a few of the temp shift plates. Run a line along. Make sure that these are shifting temperature into the other room pretty cleanly. If we want, probably a good idea to overlap over all of our radiator here. Make sure that gets moved, and then I'm going to cancel up at the top. We don't want to. Oops, we don't want to exchange energy with the insulated tile. So we'll go right up to the edge. Okay, what about the pipes? I fucked up my pipes. You go here, and you go here, and you go here. Okay. That's plenty. Okay, so that's one thing. Now we're also going to need water to come down. We're going to have water coming in. It's going to come in hot. So we can run, let's say this is going to be our hot water line. We'll do insulated tile. And then we're probably going to want to do some ceramic here to minimize energy heat or energy transfer until we get into our radiator. Okay. And then we will radiate. Let's see how to do this. Since there's a bunch of water on the left, I think I'll do it like, let's see. We probably want to cross over these lines. Let's delete this thing. Delete this line. Whee! Whee! Okay, let's set this up. So water will come over here, and then it'll go down, and back over, and then back over, and then back over, and then back over, and then back over. And then, ooh, that's not great. Need it right here. Can't really do that. We'll work it out. We'll figure this shit out. Okay, let's keep it going. Oops, let's keep going. Let's get all of these done. Do that way, and then it goes back, 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 back. Is this right? Yeah, it goes in and over and in and over and in. We're good. It's beautiful. How do I want to do this? I'd like to reach the bottom of the radiator if we can. That would be nice. There's a bunch of wasted space down there otherwise. We'll figure it out. This goes this way, and then it's got to come back. I think we can just, like, cancel here. do this, and then do that. They'll kind of cross a little bit. That should work perfectly. Okay, what about... Are you guys still making copper over here? We need more copper. Are we moving copper? Copper. Moving copper, making copper. Down to 16. Let's do another 90 or something ridiculous, because we will use that. We're running low on copper ore here, too. Let's go ahead and just chop some shit up real quick. Get that delicious copper ore, dudes. Let me know if you're dying. Scream for help. Okay, and let's keep the pumps going. Or sorry, let's get this water routed. So this is hot water coming in. It's going to go around and just do a big fucking loop. We're just looking for a lot of surface area to exchange heat. And this will dump its heat into the surrounding area, into this water. And then we can even, if we want to, we can automate it at the end and do a gate to say, don't allow the water to continue into the farm until it is below 5 degrees so that it doesn't cause any trouble. But we might have enough surface area here that that's not a problem. This is a lot of radiator. Okay, we're running out of copper. I'm going to switch to wolframite, maybe. We could just get lazy. I think wolframite's got good conductivity. What do you got? Tungsten? 120? That is exactly the same as copper. That'll do. Okay, big radiator. Out of tungsten. Go back to copper, I guess. We need more. Let's turn steel off for a moment. Wolframite forever is good. Copper is good. They're doing copper. And I think we actually need to move a little more wolframite over here. Are you... Where's our hand jiggy? Do we have a hand jiggy? How do we ship? Oh, we have no way of shipping other than through here. Let's run one more line. Let's see how to do this. We can do a loading conveyor up here, maybe? That'll work. And then let's run a line just through all of our shit. It's fine. Whee! Whee! Okay. And then you need a little power. Someone's trapped. Pause real quick. Get that fixed in a second. Give that some power. Alright, which one of you is trying to die? I told you to yell for help. Who's dying? You! Nice. I think that's all we need. Fixed. Okay, let's get rid of all of this crap. I'll sweep it all out. Let's attack this dude. I don't know how the fuck you got in here. I don't want any wildlife in here. You could die now. Get out of here. Do not want you. What about a egg cracker? I think we might need an egg cracker to get this guy out of here. So I'll just flop one of those down real quick. Lag. Okay. It's a lot of chores. They're working quick. Hello. Alright, and this conveyor is going to be one that they can use by hand. And we will say send over the wolframite so that we can turn it into tungsten. Good. This is sweep all. Good, good. That gets dumped into here. All good. Just pumping this thing away. This is if we're above 100 or above 20 or something. Above 1 is fine, actually. If there's any water here, then get rid of it. Even above 0 is fine. We're good. Alright, copper's still coming through, so we can continue with the radiant pipes. Copper, get 10 more radiant pipes. Excuse me, zoom button, why aren't you zooming? There we go. Okay, let's finish this radiator off. Goes down and around and over. Goes through all of these things. And then finally, right here. Okay, and let's go ahead and do a liquid shutoff. This is a just in case. Can make it out of lead. And then we want to give it a thermo sensor. So we will say, make sure that you're below 5 degrees before anything gets through. Don't let any hot water through ever, just in case. Okay. And then we'll make that lead pipes. Actually, I want to make this one insulated. Just so it can't capture any heat in case there's any coming off. I was thinking about it, so we're going to have hot come down this way, and then it's going to radiate right here. That could cause issues. It would be better if we had done the radiator up and down so that all this would be the hotter area, because right now the heat's going to be, basically the top is going to be the hotter area. And we have, this guy's going to conduct heat really well. So actually with that in mind, let's kind of fuck our radiator a little bit, just a little bit. I'm going to do a couple insulated tiles here, or a couple insulated pipes for the first couple loops, just in case we accidentally get a little too warm, a little too spicy. We'll try and preserve that heat and keep it more towards the left rather than our farm. Don't want to overheat the farm. That would be bad. Okay, and then once you reach the level, then we'll just run that through. Okay. You guys vacuum already? Nice. So fast. Easy peasy. Delete. Delete. Delete, delete, delete. Quick build. Get rid of the extra power that we don't need anymore. Okay. Alright, so this is, we're getting set up here. We've got the 2 cooling loops for the water. That'll hold the water at a safe spot. That's good. Then we need the cooling loop up here for our steam turbines. And that should also extend into a puddle of water. We might want to do the puddle of water just like we could do it right above. That's fine. You just do it right up here. Kind of keep it a little compact-ish. Okay, we can just make that out of tile. This is going to be held at a temperature that we like for our entire base, so there's no reason to try and like isolate it. So we'll just do some boring old tile. Continue the ladder up a little higher. Get a ladder down. Cut this open. And add. We'll probably want a roof here too. So we'll do a tile. We'll just do a little room of 4. Okay, so we'll just put some pea water in here. We could do pea water or regular water. It doesn't matter. Any sort of liquid, just any sort of thermal battery, basically. Some big anchor. And let's see, how do we want to do this? So the hot is gonna, or the cold is gonna go up and over this way. And then it's gonna go up here and radiate for a while and then come back down and go over back this way. And then re-enter. This can be lead, doesn't need to be fancy. Okay. Alright, so cold goes over and up. Let's see. Go all the way up. Let's do this. Let's do a couple liquid bridges. One here, one here. Okay. Just thinking of what we're going to do for the water line. For the other water line. We're going to have one water line of a radiator to cool this all off, and then one water line of incoming water to cool off. So we'll have hot water coming through, and this is our cold line, if that's making sense. Just something big like this is fine, doesn't really matter. Okay, so big cooling loop. We'll leave plenty of space here for other stuff to happen. And then we may want to turn this into... Oops. Sorry, one second. I can't think and act at the same time. We may want to turn this tile here, instead of being just granite boring tile, we could turn it into something better. We could turn it into something that it will exchange heat with the liquid below. Excuse me, what the fuck? I keep clicking the wrong buttons and then being very confused. There we go. So let's do a metal tile out of lead here and then run it along. This will exchange heat better. And then we can also do, if we want, we could do a line of temp shift plates. Granite's fine still. So here. And here. Okay. Okay, so we'll have hot water come in. It will radiate to be chilled. And then we've got a cooling loop that's going to hold it down at like 25 degrees or so. Why do you keep fucking up, dude? Okay, and let's go ahead and do another gate. We can do it down at the bottom, is fine. Right here is fine. Yo, what's going on here? You out of shit? Out of copper, unreachable resource? Out of power? What? Temperature below 125? What? What? Wait a minute. What the fuck is going on? How are you thirsty? Maybe 8 to 20 is too low. Let's do 20 to 30. Shit. And let's give them a power thing here. Just to kickstart this guy. We don't have the power to shut this, apparently. Or am I holding it open? Oh, that's the problem. There we go. It has nothing to do with that. Okay, now the heat's coming through. My bad. Had this switch flicked to keep it open. We don't want it to be manually controlled. We want it to automatically happen. So the heat's coming back now, and the steam turbines can turn on, and this room will heat up. Destroy some heat from the lava. Give that a couple minutes and the power will get going real hard, or We'll get way more power than we need, I mean. Okay. All fixed. Back in business. Where were we? Building things. Yes. Oh, dude, what the fuck is that? Oh, no. You're gonna ruin my airlock. Don't be a dick. Bloop. Let's put a little tile right there to make sure that doesn't happen again. What are you building? So we've got infinite power now from our hydroelectric up here. And we are working on building a radiator. Or we're building food is the goal. And that's been the goal for many hours, but we had to get power first. So first we had to build geothermal power. And now we're going to use that geothermal power to run all of these aqua tuners. And we're looking to build food. This is going to make frost wheat. Or frost buns or whatever. And then we can turn that into food. And to do that, we need to hold it at a very specific temperature. It needs to be very cold. So we're mainly building a giant liquid radiator here to capture all of the energy that's coming in and make sure we hold this thing down at like 5 degrees or less. I think we're targeting 3 degrees Celsius. It needs to be between 0 and 5. And then any water or dirt will get piped through here to be turned into, or just to be cooled off before it enters our system. And then finally it will enter this farm, where we can consume it and turn it into frost wheat. And then up here, this is just a big cooling thing for it. We'll have a puddle of liquid that we're holding at 20 degrees here, which we can then feed into a bristleberry farm. So basically, food. Food is what we're doing. It's a long road to food. And this is good food. This is food that allows us to go to space, basically. We can make food that will never go bad. And then we can use that for our spaceships, and our astronauts can go out and be away for thousands of cycles without having to worry about food spoiling or whatever. Basically, when you start going to space or start going to other asteroids, the big issue you have to deal with is having food. That's probably the biggest. Food goes bad if you don't have something fancy. And then also having air. So this is like one of the big hurdles for us. Allow us to go play with space stuff more easily. We could pretty easily go to space right now, but I'm taking my time. We've got plenty of work we can get done here. We're getting good stuff done. So we'll do that first. And then when we go to space, we'll go to space as space gods with everything that we need to be super strong. That's kind of the idea. Out of reed fibers? What? Didn't I just send like 40 over? Excuse me, what the fuck? Reed fiber, please. Okay, I'm gonna make you a 6, because fuck you. Reed fiber, please. There we go. And 5. So there, 30-something went over now. Nice, Panda. Love brownies. Alright, we gotta delete this ladder. Yep, and then we gotta do a water gate here. Same idea, that we will automate this and make sure that nothing gets through until it's the desired temperature. Okay, how are you? Still crafting. It's a lot of work. It's gonna take a minute. Just a sec, I gotta mute this group text. They won't shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, dudes! Don't want your friendship right now. Hide alerts. Alright, so this is pea water coming through. We're going to need to load pea water into here. We need to fill this radiator up. We're also going to need to load pea water into all of the cooling circuits that we have. We need a good amount of pea water. When does that pea water turn on? 5 days. Nice. That's not bad at all. So we'll have pea water in just a few minutes before this build's done. We gotta just give them a little time. We only got 5 dudes on this island. We gave them 1,000,000 builds, and they're still doing the shitty food. They're doing the meal lice food, which is just like a lot of work. It's not automated at all. That's definitely one of the benefits of this build, is that when it's done, we should be able to pretty much completely automate it so that people only have to come in here to like harvest the food once it's ready. It'll be like 0 effort food. It's very, very cheap. And with that in mind too, we could probably only have like 2 people living on this whole island, and they'll handle it all perfectly. They'll be able to do all the tasks. If we're not looking at this island at all or building anything or doing anything, then we don't really have to keep many people around. We can take them somewhere else and use them for better tasks. Do other asteroids contain more valuable materials? They do. That's the goal. So like this asteroid was garbage. This asteroid has almost nothing. We're pretty much just using it for food, because food is basically just space. You just need room to make the food. So that's a good use of this asteroid. But there's like 0 geysers. We've got a carbon dioxide geyser. We've got lava geysers floating around. And there's just straight up metal, which is good. We can consume a lot of metal early game and turn that into refined metal and just build stuff out of it. But pretty much the only asset we have is a giant puddle of lava, which is preventing us from getting to space. Oh, hey, we could make a ladder here and get solar. Don't need it. Yeah, and then there's like a sulfur geyser too, if we want to do things with that, but I pretty much never touch sulfur. This asteroid's much better. This asteroid's got pea water vent. Pea water is very valuable. We can use that to do a lot of stuff. That's good for all our radiators. That's good for absorbing heat. That's good for creating, reed fiber. You can plug that into some plants once we get access to them. Or you could just purify the water and turn it into normal water if you need. And then we've also got cool steam vent. We've got a hydrogen vent. Those are really good too. Hydrogen's hard to get otherwise. And then it's got oil reservoirs everywhere, which we can use to turn water into oil. We've got a minor volcano here. Pretty soon, in the next couple days, we're going to want to build a petroleum boiler here. You can make a little device where you take the lava coming out of the volcano and you use that heat to heat up crude oil and flash it into petroleum. So we can get free petroleum, which we can then use for tons of power. And you feed water into the oil wells to make the petroleum, but it's a water positive process at the end of the day if you boil it and then consume it. So we can essentially have infinite supply of petroleum and power, water, or not infinite water, but more water. Very valuable thing to build. So that's this asteroid, but if you look at the star map, it's a big map. We still have not explored at all. And there's a lot of other asteroids around here. There's a bunch of spots that you can just fly to get resources. You can just farm them. But then there's a bunch more asteroids which we're going to want to build bases on, or at the very least tame geysers and get everything automated so that we'll have a steady supply of resources. In particular, on the other geysers, on the other planets, we're gonna find geysers for refined metal. So instead of having to do all this work to create metal and use our resources, which are a finite resource, we've only got so much metal. Instead, we can just have a passive supply of refined gold or refined copper or aluminum or whatever we can get our hands on. That'll just automatically be generated. And all you got to do is cool it off and then ship it home, which can all be automated. That's not a hard build. You just have to handle a little bit of heat, which is something we've already done a lot in this game. Basically build one of these aqua tuner loops to handle the heat. Progress on the build. Okay, I'm gonna mute for a second and heat up some food while they're getting this build done. We can load it up and turn it on in a minute. It's a lot of work. How's the food situation? Holy fuck, you guys have so much food! That's great. Now that these farms are at maximum capacity, basically pumping out the most that they can, we're getting a lot of barbecue. A lot of barbecue piling up. It's piling up and we got it in the perfect fridge where it's deep frozen and it'll never go bad, so that's great. We can just pile up the good food, eventually pump it to space and feed it to the hungry tree. Woo. What you got for me? I don't want it. You maybe. You're strong. No. Oh, fuck. You guys are stuck? Whoops. Let's change that a little. Aw, food is good. I think this is overkill. Oh well, let's do it. So this is our dirt. We will add it to the radiator. We will radiate just like everything else is radiating. Just getting all the Mechtronic stuff set up here to automate the food, dirt delivery, and food delivery as well. So we will have dirt go in, dirt will get loaded into some receivers right here, or some distributors right here, and then the conveyor dudes, or these little handy boys, can grab the dirt and plant it on the plants so that the dudes don't have to, or the dupes don't have to. Then we will have out here, this is where the frost wheat is going to come from. So the finished product will get piped into these little distributors, or I don't know the name of anything. It's all just shapes. Conveyor loader. The loader will load the good stuff, and then it will ship it across to our fridge, or our cooking area. Okay. That gets pooped. Good. Okay. We got 10 kilograms of dirt. I think we need more than that. No, pipes never need to be replaced. Unless you break them. And even then they should automatically get fixed. It'll just waste a little bit of resources. Basically, you do all these builds, and if you set it up right, you can just look away. You don't have to think about anything or do anything. That's a little annoying. Yeah, let's kill this one because it's doing a stupid loop right now. Just want to pour this all into the radiator and fill it up. There, that'll be better. Going at like half speed right now. That'll be fixed in a second. fixed. Pump, pump, pump. Okay, so this will take a little bit, maybe like a day or two to fill up. Let's go ahead and sweep. Get rid of the crap. Empty these guys, make room. Is this not reachable? It is. That explains why it's not getting done. There you go. Okay. We'll load this guy up with oxygen. It's going to go through the radiator to cool off just in case. I'm pretty sure that the plants breathe like pretty much exactly nothing. So I don't think that there will be much oxygen coming through at all. We could do like a giant radiator here if we wanted to. But I think that, first off, oxygen doesn't take much effort to cool. And second, like I said, I don't think they breathe much. So we'll basically pump it to capacity and then we'll cool it all off over time. We might also want to do something like a temp shift plate running out from here to the right. This is probably overkill. Just kind of help exchange temperature throughout the radiator here, or throughout our farm, I mean. And be sure that it's all keeping to the right temperature. That's a lot of work. Probably unnecessary. But it sure does look pretty. How are we on water? Let's pump this out. Got a bunch of clean water. This has been our thermal battery forever. This has kept all of the plants from overheating, getting too hot or too cold. Just a big anchor. But we don't need it anymore, so we can pump a little bit out. Just want to load some water into here. We're going to need a little bit of water in our steam room. Water will be our steam. Okay, so let's go up and over. Let's do it like here. Okay, and then we can do a bridge to enter the loop. Now we'll get pooped. So let's do that real quick. That's going to poop a bunch of water down into this area. And then we can load some up so we get the steam prepared. Once the steam's ready, we should be able to load up the circuits and start cooling this thing off. We got a lot of cooling to do. It'd be good to get it going. Let's see. Let's go ahead and steal water instead of just dumping it into our radiator. Shit. Okay, actually, I've got an idea. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Get rid of that. We'll move this. We'll do it here instead. But that's not what I want. I want to load the radiator. First priority is radiator. So we'll do that. Let's get this radiator all loaded up. Let's start loading the radiators in general. Or the cooling loops, I guess, not the radiator. What about skills? How are you guys doing? You stressing and stuff? Nobody's stressing. Has everyone got construction? Not this guy. Ooh, you're gonna be stressing. I'm just gonna give you a little construction. You're already stressing. You're fucking great, dude. Let's make you better at making things. Let's give you a nice hat. That should help with construction rates. Excuse me now. Now. This is a little gross, but it'll work. How are we doing here? Good, it's filling up some water. We can turn this off in just a minute. Probably have enough water here already, actually. Let's go ahead and just turn you off. Disable. Let's make you a little higher priority. So that actually happens. And I want you to do the things I tell you to. Do that now. Okay. So we're working on loading the radiators right now. Steam room it's got enough water that we can turn this thing on, and we won't have to worry about where the heat goes. It'll get dumped into this water, so that's good. Let's go ahead and delete the incoming water source. We don't need this anymore. We've just got like an extra pipe here now, which we can just leave for a minute. Who cares? Okay, and then this is all set up so that water should start radiating. Okay, so now the P water that is coming in is going to enter our radiator loops. We'll give that a minute. There it is. What is Celsius deep freeze for food? Yes, read chat. No. I think -19 is what you're looking for to deep freeze. Highly recommend this design for a freezer. This works super well. Just a really simple cooling loop with petroleum that dumps into a thermal aqua tuner right outside of the fridge. You leave a teeny little crack here. This little diagonal can be reached by the auto sweeper. So this is totally deep frozen. We'll keep this thing loaded with food, and then it moves over a single kilogram at a time. Anything in this fridge is spoiling, not very fast, but the dupes run up and eat it before it goes bad. And the heat that we're dumping, it dumps so little heat that you don't need to manage the heat or delete the heat or anything. We can just dump it into our base and it really doesn't matter. How come Aqua Tuner doesn't heat? Look how much it's running. This thing will, basically it's only cooling off the heat loss from these insulated pipes and whatever new food is coming in. Otherwise, this is a perfectly insulated box with a tiny little heat leak here, just the teeniest one, nothing big at all. And like, there's nothing to do. It runs for like 1 packet a day, basically. So the small amount of heat that we're dumping in the base, you don't need to deal with at all. This is a great, simple design that works extremely well for preserving food. And then it's all wired up so that any extra food gets pumped up. Let's go ahead and change this. So basically the priorities, you can see this is a 3. This is priority 3. This is like our storage for this base. This is a priority 4. So higher priority, they'll make sure to keep this loaded so dupes can keep eating. And then finally we've got a loader with priority 1. So once we fill this box up with food, any excess food will be put into the loader and shipped out. And that's actually getting shipped to our other base, where we can then load it into fridges there or send it away or whatever. And we've got the exact same design in the other base. Exact same little fridge, same little thermal aqua tuner down below that's dumping heat. What value for your automation for food storage? So this guy's -20. And then again, this is like low priority, a little bit higher priority, lowest priority. And when they make food, it gets dumped into this grill, or into, sorry, it gets dumped into this conveyor loader, which is again priority 4, tied with the fridge and allowing manual in case there's any food elsewhere on the map. But essentially you take raw food here, they process it into cooked food, it gets loaded by this guy into the conveyor loader, it gets pooped into the fridge, where it's automatically distributed where it should be, and then finally you've always got some out for when you have food overflow, and this will eventually go to like the big hungry tree, so that we can store basically like 500,000 calories or so at each base, and it'll be deep frozen to never go bad, with like virtually no heat leak. If you look at the temperatures, this whole box is like great at -20, and then over here we're deliberately not radiating energy as much. There's the teeniest heat leak right here. It can go diagonal, just a little bit of heat can leak through this technically. But this is all carbon dioxide, which does not have good thermal conductivity, and it's pretty much all boxed off entirely. This works extremely well. There's like no problems, no leaking. What material for the aqua tuner? Doesn't matter. I did cheap, shitty copper, and then I did a thermo. When you're kicking it on, I did like an and with a what do you call it? With a temperature threshold. So we've got a temperature threshold saying, you know, if we're below or if we're above -20, and we're below 70, go ahead and turn on. This only matters when you're turning it on in the first place. After you initially cool off the petroleum, it's gonna like run so little that this area will never really get hot. You can see it puffs up to like 50 and then cools off for the rest of the day, basically. So you don't even really need this necessarily. Like I said, it's just for the beginning when we want it to get going. And after that, it's not necessary. Alright, how's this going? Okay, looks like our loops are full. Let's go ahead and delete the extra pipes that we've got. We'll delete the pipes that we were using to load this thing up, and then I think we need to delete just a couple packets of pea water. I think these circuits are the tiniest bit overflowing. Like this one isn't even moving anymore. It's just a little bit too full. So let's empty out like 1 or 2 packets from each of these loops. And then we should be in a good spot. These can run. 1, 2. 1. 2, 3. That should be enough. And then I think we might want to get one out of here too. Let's see. Extract pipe content there. That should be plenty. Okay, so now we've got our radiators all set up and radiating, or our cooling loops, I mean, sorry. We've got one cooling loop holding at 20, 25 actually. We've got 2 cooling loops holding at 3, and these will take a while to cool off as they have to dump all of their energy in here. And then why aren't you working? Ah, because you're not set up. There we go. Do that one, and then this one. Okay. So we've got 2 cooling loops on our giant puddle of water, holding it down to 3 degrees. We'll take fresh water coming in from here, and then we will pipe it into our radiator where it will get cooled off from whatever temperature down to like 5 degrees. We'll say don't allow it to leave until it is below 5 degrees, otherwise keep it. So we can guarantee that nothing entering our farm is going to be above 5 degrees. So that's going to make sure that a frost wheat never has an issue. And then we've got that set up. Same for dirt too. We've got a conveyor system which is almost ready to run. Just needs like one last thing, which we need a little bit of research for. Are you guys researching? Are you doing your shit? Why aren't you doing this shit? Excuse me, what the fuck? Oh, because I have to turn you on. Yes. I forgot there's a switch here. Let's flip the switch. Then this guy turns on, starts generating rad bolts. Give that a day or two and we'll get our research done. What is stored in the fridge? Everything. So the fridge is like final consumable product, basically. Everything in the this frozen, deep frozen area and this fridge is going to be identical. The difference is right here, this is deep frozen to -20, so you can see it's like got 0% expiration. This will stay good forever. It's perfect. And then the fridge here, we don't plug it in because it eats a bunch of power if it's plugged in. And we just set it for 1 kilogram. It's got like a single snack in it of the same food. And this is going bad slowly. It's still in a sterile atmosphere because it's carbon dioxide. But yeah, it's going bad slowly, and the dupes will run up, they'll grab a snack, they'll sit down and eat it, and then immediately this autoloader will keep this fridge loaded with 1 snack at all times. So they can always eat, and the food is never really going bad. There's only 1 snack that's ever expiring at 2% per day. So food never goes bad. Perfect preservation forever. These little boxes right here, this little design is fucking gorgeous. This is really, really important for being able to stack up food and being able to secure, like, basically, if you make a mistake, if your farms turn off and you can't fix it for 30 cycles or something, your food isn't going to go bad. You're not going to be... There's nothing worse than putting a bunch of effort into making thousands of calories and just seeing them expire and turn into rot. That's really shitty. Can I see next asteroid? Yeah, so this is our shitty starter base. This is the starting asteroid. We pretty much just immediately teleported to the other asteroid. And this one's only going to be used basically for... We've got thermal up here. This is, what do you call it? Geothermal power plant to give us infinite power for our aqua tuners down here. And the main thing this base is for, the only thing this base is for, is creating food. So this is going to be where we make frost wheat, where we make the berries and mush it all and turn it into good food. And then we've got 5 people right here. We'll move a couple back and leave 2 or 3 here forever. This is our main base right now, the main asteroid. And we've put a lot more time and effort into here so far. But it's still relatively beginning game. I think this is like day 4 for this save. So we're still pretty newbie. But this base is doing good. We've got 1 tamed water geyser, so infinite water. We've got a nice S-palm here, which is giving us infinite oxygen from that infinite water. We've got a little refining station where this is where we do all our refining. And this guy dumps its heat into this puddle of water. And then we've got our other heat generators here as well. And this puddle of water is managed by this thermo aqua tuner loop, which is not only cooling off the puddle of water, but you can see that extends all the way into our main base to be sure that we're keeping the temperature of our entire base locked down at the exact temperature of this puddle of water, which in turn is keeping everything nice and green and making sure that these plants keep cooking and that our Drecos keep cooking, that sort of thing. Got a couple Dreco farms up here, some glossy Drecos for plastic, some regular Drecos for the reed fibers. Both of them are also a great supply of food. That's automated to ship. You can see we've got some shipping set up so that any food or eggs that get pooped out in this room get picked up by the sweepers, put into the loaders, and dumped into this pool of water, which is our kill room. You can see here's a nice happy Dreco that's getting murdered right now. The eggs will pile up, and then when these guys drown, let's give them a second. Would you drown faster? Excuse me. Excuse me, I need you to die. Thank you. So when they die, we load the meat into the conveyor, which then goes down. Stop fucking ending my screen. It's rude. I'm trying to talk here, game. So the food gets pumped into the kitchen area, and then that gets loaded and cooked and all that. So a nice little automated food section here, which is generating a lot more barbecue than we need right now. We're getting the barbecue piling up nicely. And then they can do some crafting here, some refining. And we're trying to get this thing going, the rad bolt generators. I don't know where all my power is going. Maybe in this guy? Okay. That's pretty okay. I think we're going to hit... Yeah, we're going for above 21, so this should turn off, and we should have some power pile up, and then we can get the radiating done here, or get the rad bolt generation done. Got a bunch of solar panels, or at least a start. Still not generating enough power, but it's definitely making a big difference, giving us it's giving us power to work with, a lot less running on the wheel. It's a big help. And I don't understand how shit keeps going bad here, too. That's pretty annoying. We've only got like 1 calorie. It should never go bad. This is all deep frozen. I don't understand. With water lock, let's see. That water lock without Atmo suits work with dupes not getting wet. Yeah. So just generally, so basically base design. You want to have a main box that you have completely boxed off for your house, where you've got basically the carbon dioxide will pop, or stack up in the bottom, and we've got a little bit of automation where we detect to see if we get too much carbon dioxide buildup here and our pressure's high enough, then go ahead and pump that shit out. So basically we're getting rid of the carbon dioxide, just pumping it to space with zero filtering if it builds up too much. But what I was going to say is you have one exit to your base, and you want the dupes to suit up before they leave always. And you can see that we've got 2 tubes right next to that too. So it doesn't matter where you're going to go on the map. They're going to suit up, they're going to jump in a tube, and they're going to fly across the world in like a fraction of a second. They fucking haul ass in the tube system. So just one exit works very nicely if you've got it set up like this. And when you do it that way, then the dupes will never get like wet toes or anything. You can keep a perfect base that's at the right temperature, make it nice and pretty. And that relieves stress. And all you need to do is make sure you have a water lock at the front. Even just like a single drip of water will work. This is a fine one. This works okay. This is probably a better example. This is all you need. Something real simple. We've just got a single drop of petroleum right here. And that is going to take up this entire tile. So you can see since there's only one tile here of space, the dupes can fit here. And they can fit here. They can make the hop. But no air can get through. Temperature can. I don't care at this point. It doesn't matter if we have an energy leak. The point is we're keeping the air in here and making sure that we keep all of our oxygen in. Don't let anything out. Why are you out of power? Motherfucker, why don't you work? Too hot? You're not running? Oh. Oh, that's bad. I thought we'd have more than enough power here. Am I gonna have to turn my running room back on? Maybe. Let's turn the running room back on. Let's see, what does that look like? This. What about automation? Automation goes into that guy. Yeah, that's fine. And then we need a battery here too, or it's not gonna work. Boop, boop, boop. Do that. Gonna have to. Is this gonna work? Yeah, they're fine. They got it. That's unfortunate. Okay, so for running room, we'll say if you are down to 3, then run to 20. For this guy, you're not working. Let's turn you up. If you are down to 50, run to 70. Okay, so they should start running. It sucks that these are filling up first. They shouldn't be. Not good. We need this to turn on. This is so much more important. If we run this guy, then it cools off the steam turbines, and they can generate a huge amount of power. That's annoying. I wonder what to do about that to make sure that this guy gets priority. Because these aren't going to cut it. Let's go ahead and just disable this for now. I'm going to disable both of these for a minute until we can fill up our batteries. And then maybe we just need to like add more batteries to the whole circuit, I think. Let's try adding just a few more. See if that cuts it for us. Now. Fucking go. Flick the switch. What are you doing, you shits? Stop running. Stop doing what I tell you to do. Do what I want. There we go. Switch flicker. Flick. Flick. Okay, if both those turn off, then power should start to pile up. These will fill real quick. There they go. Then these will start filling a bit. Or no, these will start filling. This can turn back on. If this turns back on, the cooling loop for the radiator for the steam turbines turns back on. We've got colder water coming through now, which allows these guys to run and generate a huge amount of power for us. There we go. That's better. What's the freezing value for water? What's good for sleet wheat? So sleet wheat needs to be between like negative something and 5, basically 0 and 5, because you don't want to freeze the water in your pipes. Water will freeze if we just click on water. Water here freezes at about negative 0.6. So basically at 0, this is going to go to ice. Also, it vaporizes at 100. So water is not great. Polluted water is actually a lot better. Polluted water has the same thermal conductivity, the same specific heat capacity, but the freezing point is -20. So you can freeze it past 0 or cool it past 0 without issue. Same with the vaporization point. It's at 119. So if we had like up here, this was just overheating at over 100. If we had regular water in this area, then all those pipes would have burst and caused a bunch of trouble. But since we're using P water in this loop, it heats up to like 101 or whatever, and it's no problem until it hits 120. So P water is what you want to use for your radiators for that reason alone, to prevent freezing. And then also for like this pile of water, P water is a better choice. We're going to see this little clump of regular water might cause issue. It might perpetually turn to ice and then back to regular water and just like oscillate back and forward. We're going to see. One more thing with water locks. Water locks are really good for entrances. You saw the water lock we had at the beginning of the base, or the entrance for the base. This is another one, a little U-shaped one, where we've got petroleum here, and then if you just build a block here, it'll like push petroleum onto these 3 blocks, and you delete the block, and this turns to vacuum. So we have perfect insulation along this whole line, and there's like 0 exchange of energy between the left and the right here. So this is like a perfect front door for our very, very hot room, and we can get access to the steam room without having to deal with accidentally or like opening any doors or letting in any air or anything like that. So doing a little U-shaped water lock is really, really good if you need to make a lock into like a steam room or something. And the only thing you have to look out for there is if you're carrying extremely hot stuff in or out, then it can cause the petroleum to flash into sour gas, or if you use water, it's going to boil off pretty easily if you've got very hot stuff. Nice. Okay, hopefully this is all fine. Hopefully they're never going to have to use this again. It's wired up, so this is not the priority. They'll run if they're like completely out of power is the only time they're ever going to run. Otherwise, it should only come from this source, and that should deal with the running out of power issue. Let's go ahead and turn these things back on then. See if we have trouble. What's the value of automation for your sleet weight? It's none. The way it works is we've got 2 cooling loops going to the big puddle of water. The cooling loops are at 3, so they're going to try and hold this big pile of water at 3 degrees at all times, and they're working their ass off right now to make that happen. Let's see. What was I thinking? Sorry. So they're working to make that happen, and that's in a little steam room here, which is going to, you can see it's turning to steam. When this hits 200 degrees, it's going to turn on these steam turbines, which are going to run to cool that off. And then we've got a loop of cooling on the steam turbines and on the this big pile of water up here, which is holding it at 25 degrees. So basically this will destroy heat for us and turn this down to 3 degrees. And then we pipe all our inputs through this area. So in a minute we'll start turning this on. It's almost ready. But we'll pump hot water or whatever water, it doesn't matter. But regular water that we're going to drink in our plants will get pumped through this big radiator in this big line that's not being used. And then we've even got automation at the very end of it to say, don't allow this water through until we are below 5 degrees Celsius. So whatever you do, don't let hot water through. I don't think we even need this. There's so much space there for radiating that it's probably not going to be a problem. But it doesn't hurt. It's nice to have it. It's a little bit of extra safety. All right, we just got some shipping stuff that we needed, so we can finish this up. Let's do a shipping line here. We're going to do the exact same thing of saying don't let anything through unless it's cold enough. And actually, I don't think we can do that yet, can we? I have to get some stuff I can't do yet. We need a station for rocketry stuff. Station. We need a fancy super duper, this guy, the planetarium. Let's give him a planetarium. Alright, how's the power on this? 2.4 kilowatts. How about here? 1.5, that's better. Let's just run an ugly wire through their face. Enjoy. I think we need this to... We need just like a teeny bit more research to finish this device, basically, is what I'm thinking. So we'll do that. That should get that research going. Nice. Can I see you tame hot metal volcano? How? Yes, I will do that. Basically, I tame hot metal volcanoes. I don't have any right now. This is a new save, so there's literally no geysers to tame, but that's like top priority, is go to a new planet and get a geyser. So we're working on food so that we can go to space, so we can get research, and we can go to other planets, and blah, 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 blah. But we'll get there soon. The way that I tame geysers, generally, you put a box around them, you put a steam turbine on the very top of the box, And that one's just working as hard as it can to try and cool the area off down to like 125 is what it's going to do. And then you do shipping automation, where you take the, that's a little steam room. You take whatever gold or hot metals pumping out, and you pump it into shipping station, so it gets shipped in that hot room. And then that's gated at the end. You put a gate, an automation gate, saying don't let this hot metal through until it is cooled below like 130, 135. So it'll just kind of sit there and disperse its heat into its surroundings while the steam turbine works to delete the heat. So that becomes energy. That's free energy until it's really cold, or 135, relatively cold. And then you want to cool it off a little more than that. You don't want to just dump it at that point, because that's hot as shit metal. So usually I have the one steam turbine with the blocks, and then directly to the side of that, you have a, what do you call it? You have a cool puddle of water that you're holding at like 20 degrees, and then you pipe the hot metal through that as well. So you get one final cooling on it. You don't let the metal out until it's like 20 degrees. Are you making berry sludge? I am. That's the goal. That's what we want to do so that we can go to space and have infinite food. So we've got, this is for our sleet wheat. That's half the battle. Up here is going to be our berry sludge. This is going to be held at 25 degrees, and then we're going to move that sludge over to here maybe or something. We'll see. What's up with you? Are you too hot? You're too hot. We need to tone this down. Let's do 90. That should do it. That'll hold the temperature lower so that you can go full blast. And we can get a little more power. Words. Words. Whoa, what's this? You're over... Oh. Yes, my bad. We can't do this one. Deconstruct. Needs to be the smaller one. 4 kilowatts overloads it. You want to do 2 small transformers, or you just do 1 and say fuck it. That'll be fine. And that needs to be automated if it isn't already. Nope, it's not. Nope. Yo, you guys hungry for power? Are you not doing enough work? You're too warm. I'm surprised you're still too warm. That's some chilly water. Should be cooling you off, dude. Close enough. This aqua tuner's just working too hard, I guess. Looks like we're sucking out more energy than we're putting in, even though this is making a huge amount of energy for us. Your blossoms are right there above the sleet wheat. No, so I'm gonna... Basically for blossoms, all you need is to cool off water. That's the key. So this right here is our radiator for cooling water. You can see that we've got the cooling loop that's cooling off these turbines and holding it to 25, which is a nice, safe temperature to expose everything to. That's also cooling off this pile of water. So we're gonna hold this puddle of water at 25 degrees. We'll take hot water coming in. It's going to go through a radiator. We can gate it here to say make sure that you are below 28 or something. And then we'll have cool water coming out. And that's all you need. We'll plug cool water into our farm wherever we want to put it. And we'll be good to go. So we'll probably want to put that inside of the base rather than outside. Just because there's no reason to suit up or anything. This is like a perfectly comfortable temperature for dupes. We could just do it like right here and it would work nicely. Let's do that. Food. We don't need many either. We're just going to want a few. I'll do 5. Let's do 6. We'll do 2 per duplicate. I want to have 3 astronauts. We'll do 2 blossoms per duplicate. And then this just needs a little bit of light. And we need to pump some water into it. That's all. Easy peasy. So that'll be our blossom farm in just a minute. This stuff's almost ready to turn on. It's pretty close. Alright, let's see. I want to fix this build up. This is pretty gross. we'll do the floor here. I think we can do that. And then we can do the water guy here. That's better. Do a vent. Automate it. Close it off. Open this up. Sweep. If below 200, 300, 200. If below 200, then pump water out. We can use the same water that's coming in for the blossoms. It can also go up here and be used for research. Let's get that line set up. So this is our blossom line. Doesn't need to be insulated. I don't know why I'm doing insulated here. Regular's fine. Or it's gonna get dumped in our base. This goes up and over and up and delete. Okay, so this needs to be the clean water. I want to just get this crap out of the way. I want to move this line a little bit too. Let's make it look a little more uniform. I forgot how the pipe is placed in those gated automation of temperature. Can I see it zoomed in? Sure. Yeah, happy to help. It's no worries. Happy to have an excuse to talk about things. So this one's pretty simple. The way the pipes work, we have the two cooling loops are just going straight down and up. You can see them just going around. They dip down, and these are constantly working to cool off the puddle. It started off at like 25 or something. Now we're down to 10, 15. 1 second, let me try and get this done. So this is half of the battle, is you need to have some loops in here that are cooling off the whole puddle of water. Now the incoming water is coming along here. It starts on this side, and this is where it's going to be leaking most of its heat. And it just does a giant zigzag. You're literally just trying to get surface area. So it's just doing a big zigzag. It should be zigzagging up and down, not left and right, because it's going to dump heat on the right side. It would be much better to have the left side be hotter and the right side be colder, if that makes sense. But anyway, it's going to come in, the hot water is going to dump its heat, and then at the very, very end, it's coming along, it comes down, and it comes into this liquid shutoff. And we say, don't allow it to go through until it is below 5 degrees. So this thing will fill up with water, and then it'll sit static until it's below 5 degrees, and then it'll start letting packets through, and it'll cut it off again when there's no, or if it gets too hot. Automation there is simple as shit. Are we still hurting for power at all times? What's going on? Is there not power coming in? Oh, this isn't gonna work. I don't know why I did heavy wire. This needs to be cheap wire. We want to have this perfectly insulated. There's that. Still working on the automation for shipping. How's the research coming? Close. Can't do the data analysis yet. We've got the orbital thing. Do we need a data analysis scientist, dude? Can you guys do data analysis? You now are data analyzer. You can be a data analyzer too. You too. Everybody's a data analyzer. It's almost done. Almost ready. How are we doing? Still filling up our radiator. Getting close. Let's get rid of this pocket of air because it's gross looking. We can do the same right here. Just a little bit more liquid to fill up the radiator. Okay, so for the dirt, we've got the same thing. where we have the dirt coming in and getting radiated. And then we have another shut off saying, hey, don't let that dirt through until it's below 5. And we're working on the research for that one piece we need for that to finish up. And then finally, we've just unlocked the receptacles, which we can use here. So the dirt will go into these receptacles. And then the finished product will go in here. And that should be like a 9 with sleet wheat in a minute, but not yet. How are you guys doing? You doing things? Yes, the planetarium. Okay, I'm gonna turn off dirt now, because they've been pumping dirt forever. Do we have any research here? Have we done any of the sciencey things? No. We could do it here. We could do it here and then box this off. Let's analyze this geyser just because it's free science. And how are we on science? Pretty close. I think if we get this one, then we're going to be good. We just need a little bit more of the data stuff, and we can't go to space yet. A couple ways you can get that kind of... This is the final kind of research. One way is to tame geysers. Another way is to go to space, and you can do research up there, or you can, like, generate the things that you use to do the research. So, sorry, not even tame geyser. You don't need to tame the geyser. You need to analyze the geyser like this. So when he's done here, this is going to shit out a little sciencey packet, which we can then manually move to the other island. That's going to be miscellaneous? Where is it? Something special. Manufactured? Industrial? Industrial. Databanks. So we'll generate a databank or two, send that over, and then we're going to want to build insulated tile around this and make sure that this is all boxed off for the future, I guess. Okay, I'm going to do it like this. I don't think that's fat enough. Let's do it one more fat. One more fat. Cancel this, please. Boop, boop. We can, like, make a water lock here if we ever want to open it up again. I'm just leaving room if we want to add a pump here someday. We can add a pump, and we can make a water lock at the entrance to be able to get in and out. But for now, we're just going to, like, box it off and leave it. Probably not going to need this ever. Could be good for, like, the first spaceships. Oh, did we get it done? Did you do the thing? No. Got me excited for nothing, fucker. Let's let this thing shoot one more rad bolt, and then I'm gonna destroy it. We got our research. Or at least the rad research. Pew! Okay, we'll destroy that. We'll turn it off. Save some power. This game looks overwhelming. It is. It takes a while. You have to be comfortable with losing. You're gonna lose a few bases before you get to stay alive. It's really fun. It's you'll learn every time. Just keep that in mind. Just, like, don't take it too hard. Learn what you can. You'll probably find yourself wanting to start over more often than, like, you have to start over, and you should actually kind of resist that urge. If you can just, like, basically at any time, you should just feel comfortable to be like, yeah, this build kind of sucks, and just delete huge portions of your base and redo it. Generally, if something's not quite great, just clear it all out, destroy it all, destroy, like, big chunks to make big empty space and build exactly what you want. But you can, like, refactor and rebuild your whole base pretty much any time with relatively little effort. Highly recommend this game, though. Super fun. And you kind of take it one piece at a time. It's almost like two games. There's one game of getting to the point where you are sustainable and your base, like, you're not going to die. You can just keep going forever, basically. And then after that, you enter like the middle or late phase. So we're in like mid game right now, where we're sustainable. We've got infinite air. We've got some fridges to keep all our food good forever. Basically, the only thing that we're using right now is dirt. We're using dirt for our plants. That's going to be what kills us eventually, and that's like 1,000 cycles out or more before it's a problem. So like getting to that point is great. And then you start to expand and try and build things and try and grow. That's when you can really start playing the game. So kind of 2 games. One game of just, can I get to the point where I'm sustainable and not going to die? And then, okay, now I get to play the whole game. What coolant for food storage? Petroleum. You have to cool it to -20, so petroleum's the only thing we have access to right now that doesn't freeze. Petroleum or crude oil. If we used water or pea water, then it would freeze on us. How are we doing here? This radiator's almost full. It's almost ready to close off. Just want to get that last tile. You can't leave an empty tile. It's fucked up, dude. So it's almost time to switch. Right now we have polluted water coming in. We want to switch this out. We're going to delete the polluted water income and swap it out for drinkable water, since we have our water supply on the other island. Let's go ahead and even start doing the construction there for that. What's that going to look like? Do some insulated tile. So we've got this polluted water coming out, and that needs to go in up here. That is pretty gross. We could do something like this. Whee! 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 Let's just get that build going. It's going to take forever. Okay, and then the polluted water can come up. And over. Sorry, not polluted water. Clean water comes up and over. We're doing insulated pipes for all this because it's going to be hot. It's coming from our hot turbine here. This guy's dormant for 30 days. We've got a lot of water backed up to keep that from being a problem. There should be more than enough to keep us breathing. Love S-Palms. So good. Game is super fun. Love this game. Nice. How we doing here? Getting close. Just a few more degrees to go. 5 degrees. It's a big body of water to cool off. It takes a few minutes. You get to be sleet wheat. Bloop, bloop. Bloop. Looks like temperature's anchored nicely with the body of water. It's about the same. Having all these temp shift plates will do it. Getting chilly. How's the research? Did you guys finish this? You did. Let's go ahead and sweep this clean. And then we'll box it off so that it doesn't start pooping carbon dioxide on us. This thing's going to shit heart carbon dioxide in 20 days. 500 degrees Celsius. It's bad news. Gotta get rid of that. Nice. This isn't overheating anymore. That's good. Running at full capacity. Batteries look good. All these guys are running as hard as they can. Looking good. It's all good, Crunchy. Summary of this game is it's an engineering game. It's colony survival, but at the same time, there's like, it's not like it's throwing curveballs at you. It's your own poor planning. It's basically like the real world, where you gotta figure out a way to exist sustainably, otherwise everybody dies. We're currently on our path to everybody dies. But not in this game, just in the real world. Don't worry about it. This game we're okay. Cancel that. Whoops. Cancel. I am underground. It's a bunch of asteroids. You're in little asteroids underground. You eat them and turn them into bases. You go to space. We'll go to space pretty soon here. Once we get that food done, then we're going to have the food supply we need to go to space and not run out of food. So we can start going to space. And then there's big star map with all sorts of shit going on. We haven't explored anything yet. We should actually start doing that too. Let's start, we can go up here and we can make a telescope real quick. Just plop one of those down, give that a few minutes, and they'll be able to see what's around us, at least in the immediate few tiles. Get an idea of what, if we have another asteroid we can go visit or something. Alright, how are you doing? Are you done filling radiator? You are! Water! Okay, so let's go ahead and swap this out. We're going to change from having pea water coming in to having clean water coming in. So let's delete this guy. That's going to delete the pea water source. Okay, and then we're going to need to let it empty for a minute. Just a little bit of water in the circuit. Delete that. How's the research? You guys done yet? Did you do the thing? You're at 30 out of 30, but you're not done? Oh, you need water. Okay, that's cool. We got that. Easy. Okay, so let's do a, we're gonna do this. We'll plug this guy in and get the water flowing. And then in the other place, we need to stop pumping the water into the radiator. The radiator is full. Let's close it off. You get deleted. Do a little sweep. You should be a radiant pipe. Good. Good, good. All good. Okay, and then this is going to turn from polluted water to hot, regular water. We're out of igneous. I guess we can use granite. It's not great. Okay, so hot water's coming in here. Cold water is coming out here. And then we also want to have the hot water coming down here. And entering the bottom loop down here too. Perfect. And then we'll do... These need to be connected. Okay. And finally, we're going to want to turn all of this into insulated tile, but that's in just a minute. Let's see that this is working first. Okay, so we've got our clean water coming from our tamed cool steam vent in our water supply. That's going to get pumped into our teleporty fuck. And then it should come out here, where it will go down and around and enter this loop. Okay. Is this all wired up and ready? Everything good? I think we're good. Okay, so now we have water coming out at like 20 degrees. I'm going to use a regular boring old pipe. Oops, wrong button. Regular boring old pipe. Comes down, goes over. And then goes in. Okay, nice. This one's supposed to go here. Time to turn everything on. Or I guess time to make it start producing stuff. Okay, cool. We can see our water coming through now. Let's see that this is all working as expected. Splitting off like we'd like. It's gonna come through. It's gonna enter the big body of water and start cooling off. Let's go ahead and close this guy. We can actually just do like a door here if we want, just to keep this accessible forever. Thank you. You like the hair? I'm a girl now, kinda. Sorta. Does that make you feel funny? It's okay, don't fight it. Okay, nice, working as expected. So the water's coming through, it's coming in hot. 80 degrees. It's getting cooled off in the radiator. This thing's not letting it through until it's cold enough, and then it goes down to our bristle blossoms. And also, it's going to get dumped into this little pool so that we can finish our research. All good things. This becomes bristle blossom. Do a plant and a copy, and let's do... We can do 4 to start. We could probably do all of them, but let's... yeah, fuck it. Let's just crank the thing and see what happens. Keep clicking the wrong button. Copy setting. There. Good. They got water for the research. Once that research is done, we can close up the other radiator too. And then we're eating this water, but I don't want to dump hot water in here because it's in the middle of our base, so we do want it cold. Nice. All backed up. Everything's looking good. This guy's saying once you're below 5, which it is not because this body of water is hot. Cool. Perfect. And then these guys will be working their ass off to make sure that whatever comes through gets cooled. Alright, a couple more things we need. We need transportation here. We need shipping with a sweeper. Could do this guy. And then a conveyor. And that needs to go right into this line. That's good. So the bristleberries, when they're farmed, will get automatically dumped here so they can be cooked. We need a fucking musher. Probably do musher right here. Where to mush? How to mush? I'm gonna move stuff a little bit. Let's see. So for food, we're now going to need a microbe musher. This is how we're going to make the fancy blossoms. And then we're going to need the regular grill right next to it. And we're going to need automation with transportation to load that up and move it around and stuff. Just do that, it's fine, I don't care. Do that into a loader was fine. Okay, that'll work. Finally, a little bit of power. Make sure these guys can still run. Bloop. 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 Okay, so you're going to be priority 6 to make berry sludge. You make pickled meal and frost bun. Not yet, though. Let's wait a second. You make all this stuff. Ooh, steel. You need power. How's this line? It's fine. Did you get that research done yet? No? Work faster, fuckers. What are you doing? Pump! Pump! Okay, this is for the bristleberries, which we do not have access to until the grow finishes. No problem. Still cooling off, down to 6. Almost done with the research, then we can close this box off. Let's go ahead and do some sweeping too if we haven't already. Let's get rid of anything that we can, make it nice and pretty. Bloop, bloop, bloop. We swept out this. Nope. We swept out this. Yep. You gotta finish this, like I said, before you start shitting carbon dioxide on us. 19 days to go. Okay, so this is totally boxed off now. We got access to the research we needed. And this will just kind of fill with carbon dioxide and then go idle, or it'll be overpressurized. It won't do anything anymore. And it'll very, 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 very slowly leak heat, and I don't give a shit. It's fine. It's no problem. Nice. This is a good build. We're almost done. Perfect. Alright, what else do we need? Shipping on dirt. do this, actually. Nice. This will be good. Do this, and then we'll do a loader right here. Yeah, that's fine. This will work. Cool. So we'll load dirt into here. The dirt will get shipped this way. Dirt goes here. Dirt goes here, which goes into the radiator, which goes down to here, and then we can finally finish this since we've got the construction done. We can do a Thermo Sensor and make sure that the dirt is cold enough. Everything needs to be cold enough. It's important before we let it go into our farm. Okay, so if you are below 5 degrees, then you're allowed into our farm. And with that, our farm is complete. Let's go ahead and close this box up so that we're not leaking cold. Have a perfectly insulated box. Okay. And you get dirt. Organic. No. Consumable. Soil. Dirt. Okay, and apparently you need power. It's fine, we got power. Plug you into the big fat line. There we go. Okay, so any dirt coming from the other base will be automatically loaded into here. It'll land on this one tile where we load it into here, and it gets piled into the radiator. It's kind of hot right now. It's going to enter our giant radiator and rapidly cool off. And then it will be gated at the end. It won't go through until it's appropriate. Okay, that looks good. How's water? Is water making it through yet? No. Still too warm? If you're above 3, you should be cranking. Let's do above 1 even. Let's keep you real cold. Or 2. Nope. 2. If you are above 2, crank. If you are above 2, crank. And we're getting real close here. Once this hits 5 degrees, it should turn on. Good. Stops like it should. It's gonna keep cooling off. Ooh, I think we're just about done. Well done, stream. You did good. You made a box. A nice cold box. Ah, and then this needs to be a 4, allow manual. And we want to allow barbecue, frost bun, anything delicious. Good. That'll make sure that gets loaded into the fridge appropriately. Good, good, good. I knew I could do it. You fucking killed it, dude. Look at you. Literally 10 minutes ago, you were asking what the fuck this game is, and now you've built a giant fancy contraption. What a guy. Or girl. I don't know. I don't judge. Well done, person of unknown genitals. We got a bunch of plastic here, too. Let's make some better beds. Bloop. 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 Getting real close. Less than a degree to go. Oh, why are you guys... Wait a minute. Oh, the dirt can't get through, that's why. I see. Moving hot dirt in here. Soon. So soon. Probably less than one cycle. Did I just see water move through? I did? Where's it going? Oh, it's going! Look! Water! It's cold enough! She lives. Let's turn it on. Let's give it a minute to fill up here. Look at that. It's working. Oh. That's nice. How are we doing? What's your problem? You're too warm? Should be fixed with time. You're slowly cooling off. You cold enough? Why aren't you going? You are going. Alright, so these are just a little too warm. But I mean, it's doing its initial cooling phase. They should turn on in just a moment. And the water actually that's coming through should be cold enough that it'll cool them off more or less. If you are below 5. There we go. 4.6. Good. Good. It's at maximum capacity now. So there should be like, basically the only resources coming through now are going to be ones that are being consumed. Everything in here has already been cooled off. The dirt's still not coming through. Dirt, go faster. If below 5. Still not ready. Dirt, go faster. Why are you so slow? Oh, okay. I'm going to crack this open. Let's do a couple more temp shift plates. I'm actually going to do one out of like metal here. Let's do one out of lead. Just right on the Thermo Sensor. And then let's do a couple out of granite, because that's a hell of a lot cheaper. But let's make sure that last leg of the travel here, of the dirt, it has a temp shift plate to help it distribute the temperature and cool off appropriately. We could even do a few more of these. This will just help with distribution of temperature and anchoring too. This is just like more mass that's being held at the right temperature. It's basically like adding more sponge to this room. So we should just like completely draw it in, or completely fill it in. It's a lot of chores and material and should help. Why not? Maybe because it's excessive. Whatever. There we go, look at that. Sleet wheat's growing. It lives. Nice. Love this game. Fucking love this game. Cool, so this is a big hurdle for us. Give this a couple days and we have an infinite supply of better food. And most importantly, we get to start doing the berry sludge forever. Love berry sludge. It's good stuff. We'll do frost buns forever here too. Once we have the frost wheat ready, or once the frost wheat starts coming through. And then, what is this? This is a seed, I think. It's kind of counterintuitive. We'll say, or is it in food now? Edible? Did they move it? Where is my sleet wheat? It's a seed. Sleet wheat, where do you live? Organic? No. Miscellaneous? No. Where's sleet wheat? Sleet wheat. Maybe I need to go farm some more. Cooking ingredient. That makes sense. Okay. So the sleet wheat, we'll make this a 9 because duplicates can't interact with it. So basically, it's going to take priority. The auto sweeper should take priority and auto load this thing. That's the thought process there. Very high priority. Make sure you load sleet wheat in immediately. Don't let the duplicates do it. It's a waste of their time. That's why you exist. Yeah, looks good. So now dirt and water will come in, be cooled off. These guys are working hard forever to make sure it's cold. This will grow over time. It takes a long time to grow. There's 0 chores other than loading dirt in there, which will be automatically done by the sweepers. And then we have infinite food. We can add more sleet wheat if we want. We could turn on another row or 2. I'm not sure if we need that. I think 1 row might be okay. We have a small number of duplicates, so I'm just going to do 1 row for now, and we'll see what it looks like. And now that I've said that, I'm not going to do that. Let's do 2 rows and see what it looks like. Let's talk about some food real quick. See if this machine can handle it. There we go. Dirt's finally coming through. Getting cold enough that it can come through. It loads into the receptacles, and then they'll be handled automatically. Nice. Cool, cool. Yes, so you're right. If the temp shift plates are near insulated tiles, they will affect it. So like this temp shift plate is that radius, which is exactly why I did not do temp shift plates for this top row, so we don't accidentally exchange. And I think I did one here on accident. Get rid of that. Bye. But there's no temp shift plates on this top row so that we don't accidentally exchange with the insulated tile. Even though it would be pretty slow, it's still kind of wasteful. Let's just not do it. And everywhere else, they're fine. We want to interact with this metal tile. We want it to go this way. There should be like no heat leakage other than, you know, this giant hole right now. But that'll get fixed in a moment after the build's done. Did you guys do the bristle blossoms yet? Getting close. Automation is king in this game. You absolutely want to automate everything as much as physically possible. To the point where, like, when we go conquer other asteroids, I'm going to avoid building bases on the other asteroids unless I absolutely have to. We'll just live out of our spaceship. We'll tame all the geysers. We'll set it up so that all of the resources that are generated get automatically shipped to our main base, and then we'll go fly away and leave it to run automatically. We don't need anything. Don't need robots, don't need people. You can automate it all. Nice, you see the dirt getting loaded there? That used to be chores for our duplicates. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and cut up all of these plants anymore. Fuck these plants. These were great. These got us, what, 350 cycles worth of food? These kept us going for a long time. This is really, really good early game stuff. And now we can get rid of it and make room. Yeah, steam turbines destroy heat. I think these little heat destroying loops, basically a steam room with an aqua tuner cooling loop. Like this one, I guess. This is a complex one. This is like the core of the game, basically. For any sort of advanced construction, for managing heat, this is your go-to. They're so strong. If you can get comfortable with this mechanic, which isn't too hard after you've done it once or twice, you can get a lot of work done. This is a very, very important thing that you should not avoid. And as far as managing heat goes, 100% just go straight for this, basically. I think beginning game what we did, works really well, we captured a big puddle of water. The starting water is the perfect temperature. So we just sat on a puddle of water by our plants to make sure that we are always at the right temperature. This is going to take so long to change temperatures that I think it's changed like 2 degrees in 300 cycles. So there you go. If you do that, then all of a sudden you're good, right, for food. You've guaranteed your food income. You can't fuck up the temperatures here. So literally just sit on a puddle, and that'll buy you a huge amount of time. And then after that, heat management, you want you want steam turbines with aqua cooling loops, and then you're good to go. And additionally with that, you always basically want to have this attached to a puddle. A lot of times people will just kind of run that straight into their contraption. Like we could have just ran these 2 lines straight into here, but it's going to be a lot more variable and less reliable than if we have a giant, this is a fucking huge energy sponge, which is holding at exactly the temperature that we want. So there's just like no variability here. It's going to hold this temperature hard. That's a big asset. Just literally a giant puddle of water is a very big asset to attach to all these contraptions. All right, we have berries. Okay, so you get the bristleberry. Bristleberry gets put into here as it should be. Gets put down there. Are you just fucking eating that? You absolute shit. You're not allowed to eat those. Don't eat those. Don't eat the grub fruit. And then we want to tell them not to eat this berry sludge that we're making. We want to not eat the berry sludge. We want that to get fed to astronauts. Only astronauts are allowed to eat it. So once we get some astronauts, we'll allow them to eat it. I don't care about this. Get rid of this. It's not doing shit for us. Hi, dude. What up, dude? What up, dude? I'm streaming that nerd game. Look at me, I'm a nerd. We should have taken the dude with more athletics. Now that we have good food income, we could probably take a couple more people, maybe? The only issue we're gonna have to deal with is water. We gotta keep an eye on water. That's not great. 20 days to water, but we're good. I think we'll be okay. This is now our air and our food. So definitely need to keep an eye on that and make sure we're not burning through more water than we're generating. Otherwise, we will die. In particular, we will run out of air, which is always a pleasure. Okay, the sweep's done. We can close this up one final time. Nice. That looks good. Isn't there like we can look at like a temperature thing? Thermal state change? Yeah. Why is it low? Shouldn't be low, should be high. Oh well. That looks good. Bunch of temp shift plates. Everything's hitting the right temperature. Cool. That's true. I honestly want to like stop playing Battlefield just because I'm tired of my shitty attitude when I play. I'm tired of hearing myself complain. I feel like it's unavoidable. It's a frustrating game to play. Been having fun with soccer cars. That one's good. Having a lot of fun with this game. Love this game. Okay. What now? Now we have... we got infinite power. We got food going forever. We've got no more construction or anything I really want to do on this island anymore, for the most part. We're pretty much good here. Let's go back here. Let's say you guys should stop moving anything through. Algae's fine. Not ceramic, not copper, not tungsten. Nothing should go through except maybe dirt. We could do dirt. You do dirt, that's it. Let's do all, let's kill it, and then just do dirt. Let's pipe everything back, all the resources. There's nothing in this base. Or we don't really need anything in this base, is what I'm trying to say. Wolframite goes through refined metal. Let's get all of the lead. No, not lead. I'll leave some lead. Copper, tungsten, iron. Diamond actually is a good idea. And plastic, steel, glass. I'll go back. Send all that shit over. Okay. And let's go ahead and get our dudes back. Bert the Giraffer, go ahead and move back. And then To Be Named can move back too. I think we'll leave either 2 or 3 people here. So let's start teleporting them home. Yeah, that's true. So whatever you build your items out of makes a huge difference in how effective it'll be for whatever you want to do. Whether you want it to be an insulator or whether you want it to be a thermally reactive thing and exchange temperatures. You always want to pay attention to your type of item that you're doing. And along with that, what was I thinking? I fucking lost it already. My poor brain. It's gone. It's coming back. I feel it. I feel it. I can see a thought. There's a thought on the horizon. What is it? Oh, yeah. Also, like, melting points and stuff, too. Look for melting points. Look for freezing points. Especially when, like, you're building around lava. For instance, this area. If we had built this out of, like, igneous or granite or something that wasn't obsidian, it would eventually heat up and melt. Or it has the chance to. And then that would be terrible. Obsidian's gonna melt at like 2,000 degrees, like 1,000 degrees hotter than the lava, so that's never gonna be an issue. Okay, I'm gonna turn you back on so that we can continue crafting. We can do iron to steel forever. Got copper coming through. Okay. Gotta wait on these dudes before we get mush. With a little bit of time, these will start giving us some delicious mush bars. Talking about your heat exchanger and why it has such a low heat exchange property when looked at it. So I guess you're right, actually. So like the temp shift plates we're using here have pretty low thermal conductivity. I deliberately used granite, which is like one of the better natural materials, like 3.3. This is better than nothing. At the same time, it's a whole lot worse than like this guy. The lead one is 35. Or I think we've got like diamond up here, 54. No, that's the wrong one. Let me see. No, you're not diamond, are you? You're granite. I think diamond's better. Anyway, yeah, if you want to do like thermal exchange in a very small area, then you can just use like diamond or something, or find whatever's going to be the most thermally reactive. I kind of took the opposite approach of just making a massive radiator. And this is also going to hold all this huge pile of water at the right temperature too. So something like this, I mean, if we built it out of extremely high quality like space materials, you could probably get the same amount of use and radiation out of something that's like, you know, this size instead, or this size or something. But this is cheap. It's expensive in chores. It takes effort, but it's cheap in material, which is what we're struggling for in the earlier game. So this is a decent design. I'm happy with it. But yeah, like when we start freezing hydrogen or start liquefying hydrogen and oxygen, it would be nice to use like thermium for that sort of thing. Use something with a much higher thermal conductivity. That's going to be easier. It's going to work nicer. Alright, what now? I want to see mush bars. But we still need this to finish. This takes so long. It's going to be a few days. Should probably look away. It goes faster when you're not watching it. That's science. Or math or something. I don't know. Okay. Wait. What are you doing? Oh... Oh, you motherfucker. No. We're sending plastic back and forward. Whoops. No, don't do that. Stop. Oh my god, I feel so dumb. Just doing a perfect little plastic loop. Back and forward forever. Just spending our electricity. That's no problem. Alright, what do we want to do here? Space stuff could be good. It's nice to go to space. Petroleum boiler, maybe? Sooner than later? I think we've got enough materials, or we're advanced enough, that we could do a petroleum boiler. That would be a great way to get infinite energy, since they've been struggling for energy here. Could be nice. And then we'd also have petroleum for going to space. We could do petroleum rocket ships and get away with using just petroleum for a long time, probably. Until we get to, like, hydrogen eventually. Could be good. Let's see what to do. Looks like they already have completed the telescoping. What did you see? Alright, we've discovered a little more. We've got an artifact here. That's not super useful. That's all we can get is an artifact, which we can use to upgrade our dudes. Kind of nice. These are our 2 starter planets. Twiglol. Okay, let's see. What do you have for us? You have cool slush geyser. That's great. That's cold water. That's very, very nice. Do you have anything else? I don't know if we'd want to go there. What about this guy? Okay. So here, this is probably where we're going to want to go next. We're going to want to fly over here. We're going to want to land. And we're going to want to take over. This has got copper volcano, gold volcano, cobalt volcano. So that's 3 different types of refined metal that we want access to. In particular, gold. We really want. Gold is going to be. Gold has very high overheat, which is nice. It's also required for oxalite. We want to make oxalite production sooner than later. That's we've got like half the spaceship battle is done. We've got the mush bars coming through, so we have infinite food. We can stockpile that forever. It's never going to go bad. Basically, every time we come back and land on our home planet, we'll just load up a fridge with like 1,000,000 calories. Literally, like, I think 500,000 calories or something ridiculous. And then, so food's solved. That's never going to go bad. The only other issue we're going to have is air. We're going to run out of air relatively quickly. So getting a cold volcano, if we get these all under control, and then we set up automation to ship that back home, which is like 1 fucking block. It's going to be really, really cheap to ship that home, which is great. We should be able to automate it so that all of these volcanoes, these tamed volcanoes, are automatically shipping their contents back to our home planet, and then we can use that gold to make oxalite. It's just gold and some oxygen and some power. That's all it takes. And then you got oxalite. So oxalite is like it's just like a rock. It's like a material kind of like this that just constantly shits out oxygen. So if we load up a storage container inside of our inside of our rocket ship with oxalite, then it's going to just be dumping oxygen until it runs out. And it holds it's a very, very, very good amount of air that you get. If you fill up 1 container with oxalite, it's enough air to keep, if we're doing like 3 astronauts, it'll keep them going for hundreds of cycles, if not longer. So that is one key thing to solve the air problem. And we get both of those things, then we're essentially set up with our rocket ship where we can just go fly wherever we want for as long as we want, do whatever we want. We're never going to have to be concerned about running out of air or running out of food. So that's definitely next big thing to do. So we want to go take over, or go fly off to that island, go take over. Okay, let's see. What to do? Start thinking about spaceships. Wanted to do spaceships over here, maybe, sorta? Where's the roof? So we need to go down like 35. This will be a good base for the spaceships. Okay, that's fine. We can go ahead and do that real quick. Let's see. How's right here? Little rocket platform. Do the cheap lead. Put it right here. Yeah, right here is fine. Okay. And then that is going to dump for like 8 tiles. That dumps heat. So we need to go a little bit lower. And get that walled off. There. Yeah. Guy, you're stuck, aren't you? You dumb fuck. Let's cancel that so he doesn't get trapped. Yeah, and he's trapped. Can we send someone else home yet? Nope. Soon. Excuse me, grow faster. Thank you. How's our water? Okay. Those bristle blossoms, we might have too many. Let's cut it down to 4 for now. Give it a little time. Okay, I'm gonna open this up because you're gonna kill yourself. So there's that. We're gonna need to reroute this power to... we can just run it along here. Okay. Food's piling up. That's nice. I didn't realize these farms would be so effective. It's a lot of barbecue coming out of these too. It's gonna have to support a lot of duplicates. Shoop. Shoop. Gonna need to reroute the tubes as well. Oops. How are we doing? You guys running? I don't like that you still run so much. It's got to be the refining. Let's make this 4. It's like nothing else that's eating power. S-Palm's making as much power as it uses. 14 days to water. Doing okay. Alright, let's have an obsidian ladder going up this whole path up to space. So we'll have this here. We can have another one next to it. There's not much room. We probably should have made this fatter. Now is the time. If there was ever a time, it's right now. We should probably extend this just a few more tiles so we have room for 2 spaceships. Nah, I'm just gonna regret my decisions. I'm committed now. We've built all of 3 blocks. We gotta move on. I gotta keep living my life. You guys done with power? Nope. Shoot, 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 shoot-de-doop-de dude. Shoot, shoot. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're gonna have 6 people living here. Let's add 1 more. You got power and stuff? Almost. Power. Got air. Okay, we're good. That's all you need. What about research? What else do we need to learn? Petroleum things. Let's go down the petroleum tree, I think. Anything else that's more urgent? Not really. Could do this. Gotta get everything, so it's all good. Anything's fine. Alright, I'm gonna let this build for just a minute. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be back in 1 second. Where were we? Oh, nice. They did the thing. Well done. Nice job on the thing, guys. You did it. The thing. Okay, let's go ahead and keep working here. We got this needs to go this direction. Needs to get pumped out into space. Bye-bye. Space time for you. This needs to be deleted. Okay, power can get deconstructed here. Don't want this anymore. Pipes can get deconstructed. Don't want this anymore. Ooh, actually, do want this. Okay. Use some tile here. Igneous should be okay. And let's leave a teeny hole real quick. Leave a little hole right here, just so people can move back and forward if they need to for a bit. Can I see the automation values for electrolyzer gas pumps? Yes. So for the S-POM here, basically you just want to have distance. You want to have enough space that the hydrogen can get up to the top and the oxygen will go down. You can see there's just one tile at the top where the hydrogen can get through. So this guy's only going to suck hydrogen. And we do some doors so they can easily do construction. And then finally down here, I've got 600 for 600, 900? Let's do 900. 900 for both of these. Up here is 600 for the hydrogen. And that's been working for a while now without a problem. So just natural filtration here for the air and the hydrogen. Pump that hydrogen into some generators to turn into power, and then make sure that's getting back to your main grid. Or actually, in this case, I think we've just got it connected to itself. Yeah, so this is kind of the classic S-POM, more or less. We suck from the grid if we need to. If it gets low, you can see it's sucking when it's down to like 10%. But otherwise, whatever hydrogen we get is going to power this battery, and it is mostly paying for itself. Or it should pretty much completely pay for itself. I love copper. Okay, and I think we've we've moved a lot of dirt. Yeah, a lot of dirt. What about what do you call it? Ceramic. I want some ceramic to go back. Where's my ceramic? Raw material, ceramic. Good, good, good. How are you doing? Are you done yet? 56? You grow so slow. Oh. It hurts. Your slowness hurts me, plants. Yeah, so for sure, you want to do the filtering that way. It makes it a lot cheaper. Also, if you're doing air filtering, remember that if you do one of these filters, this costs 120 power per packet. So this is expensive as shit. It's much, much, much cheaper to do a gas pipe here that's connected to a, what do you call it? Why don't I have the splitter? There we go. That's connected to a shutoff. And then you say, you know, if it's not the type of air I'm looking for, open the shutoff and let it go. And then it will only cost 10 power per incorrect packet. Instead of 120 per packet period, it's 10 power per incorrect packet. And the only problem there is that if you ever run out of power, excuse me, the filtering stops. And that can cause your shit to break. Yeah, so everything in here needs to be steel. Sorry, everything in here, you can see the temperature is up to like 94, 95. It's going to cap out in the 90s. So you need to be cautious of that. If you do like a copper electrolyzers, those are going to break. It needs to be at least gold. We didn't get any gold in this map. So we had to go straight to steel for everything, including the hydrogen generators. And then, yeah, if you do radiant pipes, the radiant pipes here, we're taking, you can see we've got heat exchange between top and bottom, and we're using radiant pipes deliberately. So we take this hot hydrogen, we collect whatever heat's being created by the hydrogen pumps, it gets put into this hydrogen, and then it gets destroyed. So it's self-cooling a little bit, or at least it's enough cooling that it's totally fine. Yeah, if you've got gold, then use gold for all this. Gold is fine. I think it gives like plus 50, so the overheat will go from 75 to 125, and then you're not going to have to worry about any problems there. Gold will work fine. Just make sure you don't do copper. Copper will fuck you. It'll eventually hit the top heat, and then it will burn you. As well with this, remember, the Atmo suits don't care about what temperature the oxygen is. So you can see we have one insulated pipe going straight into the Atmo suits for 2 of these vents. And then the other one is just going through a body of water to get cooled off. But all I'm trying to say there is you don't necessarily need to cool off the oxygen that you're putting into your Atmo suits. Even though cooling oxygen is relatively cheap, it's not really too difficult. Only need one radiator. What was I doing? Stuff. Stuff and things. Resume. I don't know why I did that. It should be here. The door should be here. Bloop, bloop. Oh, we should actually make that a door. That's a good idea. Just straight up boring old door. Make it out of steel just in case it doesn't overheat. All that can go. We should sweep all of this, unfortunately. There's a lot of plastic here that's going to melt when the rocket takes off. That'll be annoying. So let's get rid of that. We can do another one here. Bloop, 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 bloop. What Celsius is the water cooling for your oxygen? How do you cool its water? Yeah. So basically we started with one big sponge. So let's say early game. Early game, if you just get to the oxidized, or you just get to the water-based air, but you don't have any like cooling or fancy materials yet, literally just catch a puddle of water that's a desirable temperature, and then you can pump it through there, and it'll take like hundreds of days before it heats up to a point where it's a problem. Just generally speaking, if you look at like the water here, each of these squares is 1,000 kilograms. Sorry, let me click again. Each of these squares is 1,000 kilograms of water with a very high specific heat capacity, 4.17. So this guy is a huge sponge. It's a tremendous buffer to just have a big thing of water or pea water. Much better than if you were using like oil or petroleum. And the oxygen has a specific heat capacity of only 1, and you're pumping just grams through it. So it takes forever to heat the water. If you can just like pump through a body of water for a little bit, then that's going to buy you a bunch of time, and then eventually you want to cool that body of water. So that's exactly what we did. We pump it through this body of water, and then we've got this body of water set up with a radiator. This radiator is targeting 21 degrees. It's trying to hold it down at 21, and then we've also got another Thermo Sensor here saying as long as we're below 28, because our plants turn off at 30, go ahead and allow refining. If we allow this to go 100%, it's going to create too much heat, and this water will get too hot, and it'll be a problem. But if we just say, okay, this is the low end is going to be 21, the high end is going to be 28, and then we've also got that extended into our base with some radiant pipes to be sure that the whole base gets cooled off. And in particular, when we did this, it was a little later into the game. It took a while to get to this point, so we were overheating a little bit. Everything was turning to like 60. Our food was turning off. We got down to like 1 or 2 Drecos. They were all dying because they couldn't eat anymore. It was a problem. So just extending the radiator through your base, you can cool your whole base for free, basically. And you want to make sure that that goes into the water and then into your base and then back into the water so that you get whatever temperature the water is, put that in your base, and then take that heat that you got from your base and dump it right back in the water, basically. But this works nicely. It's just a nice little liquid loop to keep this guy cold, and that's a good way to kind of start the game and get on your feet. For that, I usually shoot for like 20 to 23 degrees is what I do for the dupes. And that makes a nice little green bubble here where they're super happy. So yeah, this will just be like an anchor for our base. And then you don't need to do like insulated tiles around your base or anything. A lot of people play the game like they're scared of the environment. And it's much better to just fucking dominate the whole world. Dominate the entire asteroid. We're allowing thermal transfer. I don't give a shit. We'll go eat everything. I don't give a shit. Whatever heat comes out of it is going to be destroyed by our cooling loop. This is way more powerful than any of the energy on the map. And there's no permanent sources of energy. It's just whatever the initial temperature is. That's like all you got to deal with. Once you've destroyed that, then it's not causing any more heat or issues, right? So as long as we're cooling off enough to handle that, then it's no problem. So no insulated tiles or anything, no concerns. We just make sure in the core of our base that we've got that cooling loop included here to make sure that, you know, the living area is always going to be the exact right temperature. And then, of course, they've got the suits to get out, so anywhere else doesn't matter. You got cool slush? Fuck yeah, dude. So if you got cool slush, you should make a radiator in your water supply. You should set it up so that at the end of it you have an automator, exactly like we have in the water here. Right now we have automation saying, don't let the water through unless it is below 5 degrees, so that's to keep the plants cold. For you, you should do the opposite. You should say, let the water go through when it is above 20 degrees. So it'll come in super cold, it'll cool off, it'll just sit there until it's it's collected a bunch of heat, and then you can go dump it into space. That's a very, very good way to just get like free cooling. So yeah, go ahead and take your slush geyser. You can do what we did right here, works really well. If you literally just make a little box with a pump and then some liquid reservoirs below it, those liquid reservoirs are essentially like stored cooling for when it's worn out, when it's tired, when it's dormant. And then with that, you can also do like a bunch of refining and stuff. That's extremely powerful. That's a really good tool early game for automating cooling. You could even go into like late game if you want. The only thing is you might want to do something more powerful in the future, or you might even want to just like consume that water. But you could also take the water that's coming off, the hot water, and then throw that into your electrolyzers or something. Very valuable though. Definitely good to plug that in and radiate it into whatever body of water you're using to cool off your refining or to cool off your oxygen. And you'll be like set up forever. Those are really, really powerful. Like I was saying, water has a huge amount of energy that it collects. So, you know, if you have a slush geyser that's giving you water that's -1 degree, that's very good. You can get a lot of work done with that. This was a hard start. We didn't have much to work with. The other island is nothing. There's like no asteroids, or sorry, no, what do you call them? Geysers that we'd want to interact with. And this one pretty much only has water. There's some useful stuff. The hydrogen's useful. The water's useful. This pea water's useful. But we don't have any cold water, is what I'm trying to say. And we don't have any refined metal. Alright, what were we doing here? Platforms. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Haven't found metal volcanoes? There are none. Not here. This is the hardest start. They don't give you much. It's mostly just pain. Pain. There's the closest metal geysers that we have, which we're going to want to go take over soon, are in this asteroid, which we have not explored at all. So right now we're growing some food. We're just waiting for this to grow, and we can start mushing some delicious mushes. And then we want to go to the other asteroid. We want to start going to space to get some more science, and then we want to go to the other asteroid to learn, or to tame geysers and get some refined metal automatically shipping home. That's coming up. Alright, let's TP this guy out of here. We get to teleport. We're going to reduce this spot to just 3 dudes. And then we're going... Oh, dude, you're so fucking strong. I don't want you. We're going to reduce this to 3 dudes. We should probably respec them to make sure that they can all work the grill and work the plants effectively. And then we can pretty much ignore this place for the rest of our life. This is great. This is doing a lot of work for us. It's going to be making food forever. We got enough suits here? I'm not sure if we have enough suits. Probably. Definitely. Alright, it's time for spaceships. New rocket. We will do... Can we do let's just go straight into petroleum. I would love to do petroleum. Can I not? What do we need for petroleum? We need to research. I'm going the wrong way. Ooh, we need space stuff to do petroleum. That's gonna be a minute. Yeah, this is fine. Let's go ahead and start researching petroleum. We're gonna need to go to space. Okay, so we have to start with steam? Sugar? Isn't there carbon dioxide? Can't they do like a CO2 engine? Ugh. Let's try sugar, I guess. I don't even know if I have sugar. Let's see if we can do it. Are the regular batteries connected to the solar panels? Solar panels are directly connected to the main heavy watt wire, which is like the backbone of our power system. And if we look at it, there are a few regular batteries plugged in here, so they'll collect power throughout the day. You want to find a balance between having enough power coming to get through the night, if possible, but also every battery you add is adding a bleed of energy. They all bleed like 2 kilowatts a day, so you don't necessarily want to just pile on batteries. And this place has been hurting for power for a long time. This place has been struggling the whole time. How's our water supply? Woo! 7 days to water. Getting low. That's pretty sketchy. We might need to get more water income if we're going to survive. We might need to start cleaning some polluted water. Boil it off or something. What do you need? Sucrose. There is CO2 engine? I fucking thought there was. Can I swap you out? Steam. Where is it? Do I have to research it? I don't see it. It'd be up in this or the rocketry tree, I'd guess. Here? No, you're rad bolts. Where's my delicious steam engine at? One delicious steam engine, please. Excuse me, what the fuck? Let's do this one. We can start where... there we go. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Good call. Let's do this. Start researching towards steam. I'm actually going to deconstruct you. Or sorry, researching towards carbon dioxide. Let's do some respecking, maybe. Can you guys all do the things you're supposed to do in this island? We've got 3 dudes left. Construction, don't need. Carrying, don't need. So Bob needs to respec. This guy's almost okay. Let's just respec all of them, actually. Start with you, Bob. Get in there. You're good. Thank you for the advice. All right, I'm gonna reduce to 3 for a second. We're eating water. How are you guys doing? 81%. Getting closer. How's that barbecue build up? Ooh, so good. Do we have enough beds and stuff? We got 6 people living here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 beds. Whoops. Who needs a bed? Bed and a shower. Is that a proper room yet? Is there shit in the way? No, no, it's size. Perfect. Once we get a wall, it should be fixed. Nice. Bedroom. Bedroom, bedroom, bedroom. Bedrooms for everybody. Good enough. Alright, Bob's been respect. What about science guy? Skills for Bob. Bob, you should do... Everybody's a griller. Maybe a little more farming. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Work that grill. Fuck yeah, Bob. Probably do some researching too. Ooh, and we should do the other researching station here, like I was saying. Material study. Oh, we can do it right here. Nice. Cool. How's the research and stuff? Are you doing it? You learning? You doing the things? You busy building all day? That's okay. There we go. CO2 engine. Nice. We will start with a little shitter. Okay. I think we're only ever going to have CO2 coming out of here. So we should be able to just plug straight into the shitter. Let's go ahead and steal some air if we can. Pump it into our shitter. Nice. I don't think we're going to need much CO2 here. We're just going to go into orbit and do some research until we can get to petroleum, and then we'll use petroleum from there on. We could just use this shitty little setup to do petroleum, pipe it up here. Eventually, if we want to do a petroleum boiler, we could probably do that next time. And then that'll set us up for the future much nicer. Okay, so we do that, and then we need... I don't think this needs any sort of storage or anything. All it needs is... It's going to want a battery. And a space dude in a cone. Easy. Let's start with this. Here we go. We have a spaceship. Does anyone know how to change the names of spaceships? I would love to change the name of the spaceship. Anyway, okay, so this is our spaceship. These are fun. Basically, this is like its own little world. We'll need to make our own base that can handle 3 people ideally. That's what we're going to be going for. So they take a minute to set up properly. For right now, we're literally going to go into orbit just around our planet. That's it. And then we're going to do some science stuff there and then come land. We just want to like turn plastic into data banks so that we can do more research and get petroleum. That'll give us a much bigger rocket ship. So we don't necessarily have to do a perfect build here right now. We could just do something really basic. Let's see. Nice, we got ladder beds. How do I do this? I forget. I've done a few spaceships. This isn't my first spaceship. If I remember, it's something like this. Other way. Not trying to backseat game. You literally just like gave me one good piece of advice and then started apologizing. It's all good. I don't mind backseat gamers. I could just ignore you or tell you to be quiet. But no, I don't. I appreciate advice. And call me out on shit. If you see stuff that's wrong, point it out. It's all good. Before you get too far, look at the burden capability for your engine. Like I said, we're literally just going to go one block and then back in. We're not going anywhere. We're not using this for anything other than getting to orbit. So, I mean, the burden's fine. We already built the size ship we need, and I think that it's not going to go far. Module burden 3. Let's see. Range remaining 0 tiles. Once we get some CO2 in there, I think it'll go 1 tile at least. Are you saying that we're not going to be able to move at all? Ooh, we'll see. Let's see. I actually haven't even seen this metric. Burden adds 3 to total rocket burden. Let's see. Fuel consumed per tile, blah, blah, blah. Fuel remaining 7. I don't know. We'll see. I want to swap this out immediately. I think once we get CO2 in it and fill it up, we should be able to go to orbit at least. I doubt we'd be able to build it and then not go to orbit, but maybe I'll regret my decision soon. I forget what this is supposed to look like. I've done this before a bunch of times. It was beautiful. And now I can't remember. Do something like this with like a stationy thing up here. It's been too long. We'll get it. Do a little stationy thing. Have a little food spot. I can't remember. I'm doing this wrong, I'm sure. This is what it is. Now I'm remembering. I think. Getting closer. Just shitting out a spaceship. Easy peasy spaceship. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. So we'll do like oxalite up here. And then that's just going to dump oxygen into this area. We will get CO2 buildup eventually. But I like to do a pump where we will pump air into our Atmos suits. Because eventually we're going to want to land on asteroids and we're going to need to fill our Atmos suits with air. And we want to make sure every time they leave this room, they throw on an Atmos suit before they go out. A lot of the asteroids are like super inhospitable. For now, we will have just maybe like one dude living in here. And so usually this will be 2 of the Atmos suits, which would give us 3 Atmos suits total if we do a station right here. So we'll say put on an Atmos suit before you leave. Bloop. And you have an Atmos suit dock here, and we can just like disable this for now. And we'll replace this with 2 more docks in the future. And then we'll have a pump here. We will automate it to say pump out, or we won't even automate it. You'll just pump hard all the time. All the time this pump will be running, and it's going to be automated to get rid of the bad gas. So let's wire that up real quick. So this thing will pump. We will check the type of the gas. If it is not oxygen, we will go ahead and get rid of it, and let's route a nice big old snaky poo through our base. Give it a little bit more, what do you call it? I don't know words. Dude, my words are gone. No more words. Bye words. Let's see. Oops, they're suffocating. That's my bad. We can fix that, no problem. Okay, so this will be oxygen. Oxygen will go into here. Okay, let's go ahead and disable this building. We don't want anyone using this yet. Or actually, I think we just want to make this grounded. And we do need to disable this too, actually. So we'll make this grounded. Let's put a suit on, let's see, who's here? Nam. Nam, don't die. Then there's one more suit, I think. For, what's your name? Bert the Giraffer. Go put on suits before you die, dummies. There you go. Okay. Let's continue with the automation. So we'll check the type of thing that's coming out of here. If it is not oxygen, so automation, not bridge, not oxygen, triggers the gate to say get out of my spaceship. Otherwise, if it is oxygen, it will get pumped into the oxygen suits. So this thing will pump as hard as it can until the line is full, and then it'll stop pumping. So it'll try and constantly keep these things full of oxygen, and as a side effect, it's going to filter out any carbon dioxide that's in this room just because of this little gate thing. And then I'm making a big old snaky ladder guy so that we just can allow the carbon dioxide to build up a little bit before it gets pumped out into space. And the only reason that I'm doing this is to give us a little bit of runway. When we land our spaceship, we'll have a little bit of time to build a vent to get rid of the air. That doesn't really, I'll make that make sense. So oxygen goes this way, it goes straight into here. It'll trigger this gate if it's carbon dioxide. It'll go through the big snake. It'll allow it to build up for a while. And then that's going into this guy, which is an exit. So when we're flying around, that'll just get dumped into space immediately. And then when we land, that's going to get dumped right here. So this is the output. That's that same output we were looking at before that we plugged the carbon dioxide into. And it's going to output right here. We'll just do a high pressure vent. Although we don't need it, but that's fine. So the CO2 will get automatically dumped out into space. How are we doing? Can we go to space yet? Can we go to space, guy? Oh. We can go 2 tiles. We can go to space. Cool. Let's keep working here. For now, we've got a couple options. I think we're going to need to just like store air in here. Let's see, how do we want to do this? So oxygen can come out. This can be oxygen. We can feed oxygen into our ship. Oh, that's the problem. Looks like it doesn't like that. We'll have to delete these. Then update this guy to just go straight. Okay. So we can pump oxygen in, and then we can just dump it in here for now. Let's go ahead and where do I want to put this? Right there is perfect. Let's delete this line. Okay. We'll have a bathroom up here. The rooms here aren't great. I think we get a mess hall, so we get a teeny bit of morale. But that's okay. They'll be fine. They don't need a ton of morale. We'll try and add some decor stuff to make them happier. And the food will make them a little bit happy. They get to talk on the phone, which will make them happy. And then the mess hall gives a couple morale as well. It'd be nice if we could get a great hall, but I haven't figured out a good build for that. We don't get a proper bathroom either, but I mean, they can poop and wash their hands, so that's really all I care about. All right, what else? Water comes out. We will take water, and water is going to go... So we'll have a bathroom here, which is going to need water. So let's just, like, snake it around. We want water... we want to make this pipe very long, because the duplicants will use the bathroom and very, very, very slowly go through the water that we have. So if we just have, like, a giant-ass snaky pipe like this, that's going to add enough water that we don't need to do any sort of, like, water attachment of any sort. You don't need to attach any sort of big water container or think about it at all. This will be fine. So that's what we'll do. Big old snaky poo. Gorgeous. That'll go, like, right there to the bathroom. Or we could even do, wee, right there to the bathroom. Another thing with the water is if we cool it off to like 20 degrees or lower, then we can use that as like a thermal regulator for this whole circuit to make sure that for this whole building to make sure it doesn't ever overheat. That's usually not a problem unless you like try and load it up with really hot niobium or something, or some really hot metal. But it can be nice to just not think about that. We also have to be careful. The water we pump up here, it better not be 95 degrees. Alright, what else do we need? Powery things. Powery things. Power, power, power. Do we have power for our spaceships yet? Give me some rocket power. There we go. Rocket power can come out here. Oh shit, we're gonna need a runner. Ah, that's what it is. We'll delete this, move the fridge into the kitchen, and then do a little run thing here. Okay, we can use lead wires. Let's put those in the ceiling. Okay, run that through the whole base. And up to the talkie. Okay, for food we want a fridge here. So we've got storage for air, storage for food. Right here we'll put storage for things and stuff. We're just gonna need to collect stuff. Let's say you want to go fly off to like the volcano island that's just lava. That's it. We're gonna need to bring like granite and igneous and metal and everything we need to build a base. We're gonna have to literally just like pile on the floor here. For now, we can just do a running station though. We don't have any power generation. There's no solar powers or anything. We do have a battery attached to the spaceship, and we have no way of powering it. So we'll just do a little runner for now. Alright, let's see. I was doing stuff. Science guy, what do you want to do? Science? You like science, right, guy? Science guy loves science. Science guy wants to do that. He wants to do some farming. He wants to do some grilling. He wants to put on a nice hat. You look good, science guy. Okay, we finally started doing stuff here. Can we make those mushy bars? Oh, mushy bars! Fucking yeah! Love mushy bars. Okay, so berry sludge now gets put into here. It'll get dropped into our refrigerator. And then we will immediately send it away. Berry sludge goes over to this base, where it will just get dropped on the floor, and we'll leave it right here. No one's going to eat it. It's not going to go bad. We will leave it there so that it can eventually be loaded into here. And that's where we're going to put the berry sludge. Nice. We got food. All right, what else was I doing? I was going to do air. So oxygen can come up. For now, since we don't have a supply of oxalite or any good oxygen, and we have no way of storing oxygen, I'm going to do... I'm going to do a high pressure vent, and then we're going to just pump this fucker full of oxygen as much as we can pump it. It'll pop eardrums, it'll cause a very small amount of stress, and that doesn't matter. They'll be fine. They're not going to die. We can take the oxygen that's coming up here and just reroute it into our spaceship. Bloop. Oops, what am I... Yeah, that's fine. Let's cancel this. Bloop. Fuck yeah, spaceship time. Making that progress. I love this game. This game's so fun. Okay, that goes up and over. And let's do insul... No. Yes. Otherwise it's going to get very hot when the spaceship takes off. Let's do insulated. Okay, and then we're going to need a ladder, or none of this is reachable. Doesn't need to be obsidian, so let's do anything else. Okay, can they reach all that? They should be able to reach all that. Let's make it a teeny higher if we want to, but shouldn't need this. Okay, so for now we're just going to pump it with oxygen. What else do we need here? Nice, they're running. This thing is working. It's a vacuum. Why are you running? What? What? Oh, someone breathed. Yeah, maybe disable that for a minute. Maybe don't pump to vacuum unnecessarily. I don't want this yet, delete. Let's do a storage container. Let's load up some plastic, and then we'll add the same thing right back. I want the plastic right next to the data collection lab just to make it quicker. I don't want them going, whee, to grab plastic over and over and over all day. Might as well just do it right here. How are we doing here? You got more plants planting? Oh, we got full plants planting. We got full plants planting. We got some research done? What the fuck? No? Didn't I tell you guys to do petroleum? No. Do petroleum. I forgot. We wanted to do some research here, too. So we'll do a material study. Couple of foodie jiggies. Ah, we need more metal over here, unfortunately. It's fine. Let's do a little tower of food. Or a little tower of Weezewords, I mean. Gonna be a couple farm tiles. You put them a little bit over to the side so they're not radiating too hard at the duplicates. Okay. Rocketry, radiation, rad bolt generator goes here. And And then rad bolt reflector guy goes here. We will shoot it down and over. This shit is ugly. So, or sorry, we can, this shit's out of the way, so we can make it ugly. Let's just do fat wire running straight into this guy. This needs to shoot to the right, and then to the down, and then to the right, and then it'll go a pew, 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 right into the study terminal. And finally, the study terminal needs low power. That'll work. Let's give these dudes just a teeny bit more of the lead. They're running low. I think they don't have enough to even finish that. Refined metal, lead. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Nice. Oxygen's pumping. Nice. It's working. Okay, you are plastic. Let's dump a bunch of plastic in there. You are not grounded. You need to be used. You are also not grounded. What about bathrooms? I don't think we have good bathrooms, do we? Do we have those sweet, sweet rocket bathrooms? What do I need for sweet, sweet rocket bathrooms? This. Okay. Oh yeah, we can get those right now. Great. We can get a proper bathroom set up. Still no lead over here. Nobody can do that job. Fucking whoopsie daisy. What about you, science guy? You want to learn to do things? I feel like you could do some things. Let's make you do the things, guy. Let's make you do all the things, guy. Oops. Let's get you that final hat. Boop. Okay, now you can get that crafting done. This will be set up. Automation. We'll do a NOT gate on our... a NOT gate on the station here. And say if you do not have enough radiation yet, go ahead and turn on the radiation maker. Cool. Getting close. How's our water? Ooh, not great. Oh no. Okay, we've got a little over one liquid reservoir left. But this guy's turning on again. So we got 60 days of water production here. Let's see if it can fill this up again, or if we're gonna run low. We might need to deal with some water purification. We've got backup water here, so worst case we can just like panic throw out some refining, or a quick refiner, just like one of these dudes. And then we'll be good. Also, hey, this stuff's already blocked. Shit. Let's see. What do I want to do with this? We could dump it in our water supply. That would be nice. Or we could dump it in space. What do I want to do with it? These are difficult moments. I'm overwhelmed. I want to breathe you. We need water. We should really pump it down here. Okay, I'm just gonna route it through the base real quick. Let's do some ugly stuff. Okay, so this will go down. We could probably just delete this. Bye-bye. We could just pump it into here for now. This thing's so empty. That'll get it in the water supply. Or in the air supply, I mean. Or the water supply, I guess. It's the water supply for the air supply. And the food and the everything. It's our everything supply. Okay. Excuse me, what are you doing? Why aren't you doing the thing? Go do thing. Go. There we go. Okay. Oh, let's actually do it right here. Or even here. Ooh. I like that idea. We'll run that up. Okay, so we have two back-to-back bridges here. It's going to try and do the first bridge, which is our bathroom supply. If it can't make it into the bathroom supply, then it's going to try and do the second bridge, which is our breathing supply. So this should empty both of these out into the water that we're using to breathe and to live and whatnot. Put us in a good spot. Seems good. We can sweep this crap out too. Nice. Okay, so that'll get rid of the backup there. Make sure that our bathrooms keep running and give us a little more water to survive off of. We'll need to do the same thing here, but we've probably got like 100 days before this fills up, so fuck it. Let's forget it's a problem. Are you running? You are. You're enabled. Let's do... What do you call it? Whee! Sleep. Wort seeds. And we should probably move the wort seeds over too. Ah, fuck. I just moved so much lead. Whoops. Gonna have to move a lot back. We don't want a bunch of lead on the other place. Only a little bit. Okay, wort seeds go over. They'll grab these wort seeds and pipe them over. And then we'll just leave this off forever, I think. Probably not use this station anymore. It's too much power for this place. This place hurts for power right now. Even with all the solar panels, they're struggling. Definitely this base will be better off. They've got that extra power supply from the geothermal at the top. And this is all idling more or less. No? What are you doing? Why aren't you powered, fucker? Oh my god. You're off! Okay, so we do need an airflow tile here. Let's do it right here. We want to make sure that we don't have water pile up here, because apparently it's turning off our transformers and turning off our aqua tuners. Whoopsie daisy. Sorry, I'm new. Alright, back to bathrooming. I think we've got unlocks now. We can get a proper wall toilet. Nice. Let's do a wall toilet here. So that's where the water will come in. They'll be able to poop. And then they need a hand sanitizer to wash their hands afterwards. Nice little 2-tile bathroom. That'll work fine. The last thing this needs is water, which we already have a supply coming in, although it's going to be fucking hot. God damn it. What are you at, water? 95 degrees. No! You're too spicy, water. I don't want spicy water. I want cold water. Can we do cold water? Fuck. You pumped to space. Fuck. Wait, this is all clean water. Let's just, right now, we're gonna pump this into our thing because it's 10 degrees, so that's perfect. Let's go up here. Where are we pooping our water? Poop in the water. Where's the water poop? Poop's here. Okay, so instead of pooping there, let's go ahead and I'm just gonna delete this for a second, or we can delete the delete the pipe on it. Let's make that like a 9. Now, please. And then we can route the water this way. So this is cold water coming in. We'll get a more permanent solution in the future, but if we just load this up with cold water right now, then we should be set for a long time. So we'll do this, and then we'll do some insulated pipes going right. Okay, and that'll be our water. Good. That gives us most of what we need. Are you full of plastic? Nope. Working on it. Are we out of plastic here yet? Pretty much. Let's take a look. Plastic. 49 bazillion kilograms or whatever is enough. We can destroy that. We can put down a runner guy. Put down a runner guy. Can enable this guy too. Good. That's not gonna work. Can they reach there? Not confident. Let's do one higher. It's almost space time. Let's go get some sweet, sweet space knowledge. I fucking love space knowledge. What do you guys need? Everything. Cool. Get some good food stores piling up. Got those frost buns cooking now. That's nice. Just the first harvest of the first row gave us like 100,000 calories or something. It's good progress. Up to 3 of these. I'm gonna make it 4. Okay, is this water done? Water just finished. It's just snaking in. Okay, this guy's working. This thing's pumping. Excuse me. Oh, god damn it, I'm so dumb. Let's see. Oxygen. There it is. Just dumping all my oxygen in space. That's fine. I wonder how much we wasted. Probably a lot. Okay, that's better. So that's gonna fill up the suits. And then it will dump any carbon dioxide that it encounters. How's the food in here? 9 kilograms. I don't know how much that is. 36,000 kcal. Okay. It's a couple days. Nice. I think I just like one-shot this build here. Just whipped out a spaceship. This looks pretty perfect. I like this build. So we'll just give it a little time. Let it kind of fill up with a little bit of air. And then we're ready to go to space. What about over here? How's this doing? Sorry, what about over here? How's this doing? Got one of these guys. Let's do the copy setting. Let's get to 3 of these guys. How's our research? Can we learn more things and stuff? Have we already learned all the stuff and the things? What do we need next? Already getting good ways through the space tree. We can go to this guy. Large liquid fuel tank. We're going to want for petroleum someday. So we can get that. That's a thing to do. I didn't think about it, but when we're doing research too, this is also drinking our water supply. This is taking a lot of water, in fact. Something to keep in mind. 30 reed fiber, that's plenty to last a long time. 30 Atmos suits, and they should only be running out to play with the sleet wheat like once every 20 days or something ridiculous. Just going out there to farm the sleet wheat eventually. Nice, and we're crafting. Cool. Nice. 6 tons of tungsten, 5 tons of steel, 4 tons of copper. That's great. That's eating all our energy and giving us a huge amount of potential construction. Our spaceship's looking gorgeous. Filling up the suits with the air. 6 kilograms of oxygen. I think it's about time to go to space. Let's see, who should our spaceman be? To be named, I think, is our spaceman. Because he's super, super good at construction and stuff, maybe? Or no, should we take someone else? Who likes learning? No one, right? Lol. Nam likes learning. Okay, let's respect Nam. Then Nam will be our spaceship lady. Reskill. Nam. Has everyone got snazzy vests too? We could probably throw out another snazzy vest or two. You got a snazzy vest? Yeah, you're a snazzy lady. In fact, let's do less of these. Let's do like 1 or 2. And a good thing to do here will be some carpeted tile, if we can afford it. This adds a huge amount of decor. How much bleed do you do? 400 joules? Wait a minute. 400 joules per cycle. And you carry 100 kilojoules. 400 joules per cycle and you carry 20 kilojoules. So we should make our battery bank out of these guys instead of these guys. That makes sense. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a lot less bleed. Let's throw out a quick battery bank. Where do I want to put it? Right here, 'cause fuck it. Yeah, it's good logic. So one of those batteries is 5 times less, or 5 times more storage and the same amount of leakage. So we could delete all these batteries and just add like 1 or 2 here and have way more capacity and less leakage even. Let's do that real quick. It's like dirt cheap. These. Tons of power. Maybe like 3. Shouldn't be obsidian. Whoops. Let's change it to something else before I fuck up again. How you guys doing in here? You building the things and the stuff? You got any bleach stone in here? Ah, you restricted access. It's all good. It's just restricted. We got the water in at a reasonable temperature. It's holding like 20 degrees. So that'll be a big thermal anchor for our base. We got the power, we got the food. We can't do the oxalite yet, but fuck it. Yeah, this is looking real good. It is, I think it's space-time. Trying to think of anything else I'm missing. I don't think so. Let's reskill Nam and send her to space. Nam, you are a research lady. We will make you so researchy, and we will give you a nice hat. Data analysis researcher. Okay, nice hat. Crew is going to be just Nam. Let's change the target. Or actually, real quick, I want to finish that painting too, just cause. Who can be a painter? Anyone? Who's not stressing? You. You would love to paint. Good. And then let's make this higher priority. Get it done right now, please. Bloop. Bloop, bloop. We'll paint a nice picture. And then send Nam to space. We fix our issues over here. This is working again. This guy's running again. We should do the same thing we just did in the other spot where we build a better battery bank. You just do it like right up here is fine. Doesn't matter. Bloop. Can't do it. God damn it. Alright, we need a couple more skills. Who's not stressing? You're all kind of stressing a little? Let's make you dig a bit. Nam, you got a hat? You ready? Space time? Space time for Nam? I forgot we were going to do a painting first. Finish that painting, please. Colony lacks art fundamentals. Except we don't, though. I just made one of you an artist. Is that on the wrong island? Probably. No, Mario can do it. What the fuck, Mario? Excuse me? Why aren't you painting pretty pictures, dude? Get in there. Nam gets that bed. Nam also gets this bed. I think that works, right? Nope. Doesn't matter. Okay. Let's go. Space time. I will enable you. And I will send you to space. Nam. Let's go. Space time. Right here is fine. Just go chill in space for a minute so you can do the orbital stuff. It's the only reason you're going to space. Can we do it? You all ready? Let's fucking go to space with you. There's that. There's that. Okay. Oops. One more thing you need, Nam. Nam is not able to rock the spaceships yet. Let's give you those skills, and there you go. Now we're in space. Now you're chilling. You should do your job right. Let's do this forever. Cool. Final thing. Nam's gonna starve to death. No one's allowed to eat this except Nam. Nam gets to eat the mush. She's the only one. Okay, so she's just gonna dance away here and produce the data banks for as long as we want, or until she runs out of air and dies, or whatever. There's enough air here that she could breathe for days and days, so we could just forget about this for a little bit. So she's just chilling in space right now, right in orbit. We can go right back into land whenever we want. And she'll get a whole bunch of databanks for us, which we can then go ahead and consume on our planet and turn into knowledge. Seems good. What's going on down here? Anything? Let's finish this build real quick. Let's do a couple batteries. 1, 2, let's do 3, since we have big power generation. Okay, I'll do that. Plug that in. And we can delete these. Maybe? We don't need as many of these. Yeah, we should delete all of these. Bye. Those guys go. Those guys go. This guy goes. Okay. And they'll be set here. That looks good. Over here, we didn't finish this one up. Let's add a couple more. Okay, do we have the power there yet? Yep, we do. Okay, that's good. And then we can delete these. Less waste. More storage. Okay. That's good progress. What do we want to learn now? What is next? We can start working towards petroleum stuff. That's a good one. We get the bioengineering if we want. Start making fancier food stuff. This is a good one. We're going to need shipping once we get to the other asteroid. This is good. We're getting through the tree fast. There's not a whole lot left to do here. This is how we get, like, oxalite. That's an important one. We could work for oxalite. I love this shit. This is just free decor. We can load up decor all over the place with these pixel packs. You don't even need to plug them in. They don't cost anything. But also, since we have a lot of power, we could plug them in and get some cool effects, like paint the background, basically. Paint the walls. That's a fun thing. Make the bases more attractive. And it gives a huge decor, too. So it's not just for me. They like it, too. Let's see. We'll just start going towards petroleum. Call that good. Let them do some work. Okay. I think we're in a good spot here. This is good. We made progress. We got the food going. These machines are kicking ass. Making tons of sleet wheat for us. Making that fun space food so we can start going to space forever. And start making some astronauts. Exciting days. We've got Nam up in space in our new spaceship. We can do a bunch of research here, and we can swap out the engine modules and everything and improve this spaceship without having to touch the room. So this is like set up forever. This is great setup. We can use this for research for now. We can kind of rework it if we want. We could like move the control station here and then put like a telescope over here if we want. We can use that to get some visibility if we're flying around. Or we can delete this guy, turn this into some storage, add a couple more Atmo suits, and then have like room for 3 people. But this will be a nice setup for us to have like 3 dupes, and then we can use this to go conquer the other asteroid very, very soon here. But for now, we're just going to let Nam hang out here and get a bunch of databanks for us so we can get some research done. This is kind of a one-time thing. We need to do the research once. You only need so many databanks before we're never going to need to do this again. So we're set up nicely to kind of check that box and get any sort of research or knowledge that we need. And then over here as well, with that free power, we're able to start doing this research and it doesn't hurt as bad. This is good. This is a good day. Made a lot of good progress. Things are looking real good. I think it's time for me to fuck off. I need a break. It was a good 8-hour stream. Had a lot of fun. Okay, I'm going to pause. I think up next time, we can get a little more science if we want it. And pretty quick here, we can start flying off to this place. We'll get the science we need for petroleum. We can get petroleum rockets. Those are fun. And that'll make the rocket bigger. So with the bigger rocket, we'll be able to get like solar power. We can do some storage. We can do things that'll make it easier for us to go ahead and land on this island. And in particular, we can't go to this asteroid until we have landing modules. There's like no room for them. So we'll put a few landing modules on this thing once it's petroleum. We'll hop over one square. We can land everybody here, live out of the spaceship, and start working on taming taming geysers. We'll get this guy all set up to tame all the geysers and to ship all of that stuff home. It only has to go like 1 tile. This is going to be great. So we can get that automated so everything's automatically just getting sent back here, and then we don't have to do refining anymore. We can get the oxalite going for infinite air. We'll have infinite refined metal for whenever we want to do builds. We can just load it into the rocket ship and then go fly off and have more resources than we need to do anything. We're going to be in a real good spot at that point to start moving out and taking over asteroids. And in the meantime, These bases are great. These are like totally sustainable. They need no attention. We can look away for like thousands of cycles and just not have to worry. They're just going to do work and produce food and make life better for us constantly. So we're in a good spot here. We got no fires to fight for the rest of our life, basically. It's time to start going out and conquering the world. Pretty exciting stuff. It's good progress. Fun shit. I love this game. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. I think I'll be back again tomorrow. I've been having a lot of fun streaming lately. We'll do some more gaming, do some more Rocket League, maybe a little more Oxygen game. You be good to each other, Internet. You have a good day, okay?